So right before the live stream starts, Mark, you said start like at 8:32. Is that okay?
Yeah, I was thinking if Julian said David could just keep us posted on what the waiting room is looking like too, to get a sense that.
So the live stream just started.
Okay.
We are now 14 in the
Okay.
waiting room.
And we're still waiting on some of our labor leaders. Ambit, hi, welcome. I think we're waiting on Rosa and Myrtle still.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, very well.
We can hear you and we can see you. Good.
Thank you
for joining us. Yeah.
Just let us know when we can open the waiting room, okay?
Recording in progress.
Now, I'm fine with opening the waiting room, but we'll get started around 8:32, 8:33, I think.
Yep.
That makes sense.
And Jana, if you have just Myrtle and Rosa's info, I think they still need to jump on.
Yeah, I don't have Rosa's, but I can email Myrtle. Let's give her a minute though. Yeah.
And Mustafa also.
I'll look for Rosa's.
I think you can let people in from the waiting room, right? For everyone watching the live stream, welcome to the first day. I'm sorry, the last day of the Global Labor University Conference. Welcome, welcome, everyone. We're going to get started right at 8:33. We see you, Myrtle. Nice, welcome. We're excited to have you here. Again, welcome. We'll get started right at 8:33. We'll just wait one more minute for some of our colleagues to jump into the Zoom room. It's early morning for us here in Pennsylvania, afternoon for other folks around the world. Great, we see that Rosa has joined us as well. We have all of our global labor unionists that have come to be part of our session, this last session this morning. So thank you for being here. We'll get started in just one more minute. Okay, well, we'll get started because we have a packed schedule this morning. Welcome everyone, whether it's early morning or late afternoon for all of you. This is the last day of the Global Labor University Conference, so a round of applause. We just spent the past 5 days thinking through really, really tough issues around COVID-19, right-wing populism, workers' rights, and today we're going to have some summaries of these conversations and what we've learned and talked about in our dialogues over the past 5 days. But first, we have the tremendous, tremendous honor to have Olesia with us from the Confederation of Free Trade Unions in Ukraine. And I'm going to pass the mic over to Frank Hoffa, who's going to introduce her. And we're going to start off with some words from our friend in Ukraine. So Frank.
Yeah, good morning and good afternoon, everybody. I think on all our minds and our hearts are the terrible pictures and news we get from the Ukraine, and we hear from our trade union friends there what's happening in the country. And that's why we are honored that Olesia Bregaznova, who is the International Secretary of the Free Trade Unions, can join us. She is in the Ukraine, she is in a rural area in the Ukraine, and she can give us some information, what's going on and what's needed also from the international labor movement. And with these words, Olesia, over to you. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. More than a month ago, I lived in Kiev in my apartment, but today I am an internal displaced person. I left Kiev only with 2 handbags. So, I feel that I'm lucky because I'm alive and I'm in a relevantly safe place. But in my country, there is a horrific, brutal, and cynical war. And this war was started in 2014. But now, as you might see, these all horrible pictures and videos from Kiev Oblast, from the region near the capital of Ukraine. You might know these names of cities, Bucha and Irpin, but there are a number of cities, Motizhin, Vorzel, Borodyanka, Dymyr, Dmitrivka. All these towns, they were a place where people peacefully lived, worked honestly, and made plans for the future. But now these cities are symbols of the inhuman atrocities of Russian armed forces. Because all world saw these brutal war crimes, inhumane crimes, when there are civilians were shot dead with their hands tied, and even children. Their bodies were in the street and in the torture chambers. There are also mass graves, bodies of raped and killed women and girls. And a lot of houses were destroyed and looted. But at the same time, let's not forget about other war crimes of Russian forces. Because since the full-scale invasion, there were destructions of cities, of residential areas, hospitals, enterprises, infrastructure, object by shellings, by bombings, included usage of banned bombs in accordance with international law. And our cities were destroyed, for example, Kharkiv, Chernihiv, also. The huge tragedy is in Mariupol. It's a city that where there is because of the siege of the Russian forces, for at least 5,000 civilians were killed. They were killed not only by shellings, bombings, and shootings. They were killed because of lack of water, lack of medicine, and food. So children, including approximately 200 children were killed. It's a huge tragedy for Ukraine. This war is aimed to kill civilians. This war is aimed to make a genocide of the people of Ukraine, the people who choose freedom, who choose independence and democracy. And also this war is aimed to destroy economy of Ukraine totally. That's why our enterprises are aims of airstrikes. Also, this war is aimed to destroy the agricultural areas and agricultural enterprises in Ukraine. And it can lead to famine and food crisis, not only in Ukraine, but in whole world. And we understand that this also affected different countries in Africa, in Asia, and also can cause a food crisis in other countries. So the situation is really hard, and we believe that all these documented crimes will be under the consideration of the International Criminal Court, because it's very important to punish those who commit this crime and stop Russian forces and the Russian regime. Today, trade unions in Ukraine, they work in a new direction. Yes, since 2014, we have experience of providing humanitarian aid and work with internal displaced people from Donbass, from occupied territories, some occupied territories in Luhansk and Donetsk regions. But now we faced a huge flow of internal displaced people. It's approximately 6 million people in Ukraine, and also more than 4 million refugees outside Ukraine in the European Union and other countries. The Confederation of Free Trade Unions of Ukraine trying to use all possible financial funds and all possibilities to help people who are near the battle zones and provide them food, water, medicine. Also, we are greatly appreciate all trade unions from other countries and every a member of trade unions that help us, that provide humanitarian aid and any donations, because please understand that even small help it can save people's life who are starving, who don't have access to food, or who left everything in their homes, or their homes was totally destroyed by missiles or bombs, and they need your support. Also, we appreciate that trade union movement and negotiate with the government representatives to push them to provide any kind of assistance, financial, humanitarian to Ukraine. Because as I said, this war is aimed to destroy economy of Ukraine, and it can lead to poverty, because this internal displaced people and refugees, they can face poverty because they lost everything. And also, as a trade unions, we have been always commitment to peace and to peaceful resolutions of conflicts. But now we have to ask for military help, because today our members, all the people of Ukraine, they are fighting for their lives, for right to live, for right to live in independence and democratic and peaceful countries. Because we see that even during the negotiations, the war crimes have been were committed by Russian forces, and there were attacks on Ukrainian cities. So also I want to emphasize that our workers, members of trade unions, they are bravely continue to work under the bullets, under the shellings, because they need to work to help civilians. For example, our healthcare workers, they even if there is a threat for their lives, they provide medical help to civilians and also to soldiers. Unfortunately, the hospitals and ambulances were under attack of Russian forces. Also, our brave train drivers and conductors. There are a lot of female conductors in Ukraine. They evacuate civilians from battle zones, and they are also were under attack, and there is a threat for their life. And unfortunately, as we know, 50 workers of railway stations were killed during the full-scale invasion. So workers, they are also under the threat to be killed during the attacks. And also I want to tell one thing, that our members, peaceful workers, they have to go to the military service. They are servicemen and servicewomen now, and trade unions are trying to help them to provide helmets and bulletproof vest to save their lives. These people left their workplaces, left their homes, and stand for Ukraine, and they are fighting for their families. They are fighting for their freedom. Also, I want to emphasize that in Ukraine, even in occupied cities, there are even a peaceful protest of civilians, despite the fact that there are armed Russian forces. And these brave people, they went to peaceful rallies in these cities despite of the bullets. Unfortunately, there are a lot of kidnapped activists, journalists, mayors, local authorities representatives, and they were tortured. And the Confederation of Free Trade Unions calls to release these people who stand for democracy and freedom. This is a peaceful people, but they stand for their dignity. And also there were forcible deportation of people from occupied cities, in particular from Mariupol, and women and children were they stayed in Russian cities without phones and without IDs. And we also demand to release these people and bring them home, to Ukraine. So the situation is horrific here in Ukraine. And the Confederation of Free Trade Unions, workers, employees, and the people of Ukraine need your solidarity, because we need to stop these atrocities, this brutal war, this bombing, shellings, torturing, raping, forced deportation, genocide, and attempt of food crisis. We need to unite to stop this, and make everything possible to ensure that it will never happen again in any countries, not only in Ukraine, because it's inhuman crimes. It's a horrific war. So, but we believe in our victory. We believe that the people of Ukraine that stand for such values, that a fight despite these horrific crimes. We believe in our victory, our peace, that our country will be a peaceful and we will welcome you in here in Ukrainian cities. But for this moment, we need a solidarity, and we call to support strong sanctions against Russia, to provide any possible assistance to Ukraine, because Ukraine needs your support. Thank you very much for possibility to speak today. And I appreciate everyone for their help, for support, for peaceful actions and words of solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olesia, for bringing us the awareness of what's actually happening in Ukraine, the war on civilians, the war on women, the war on sovereignty. You're destroying the food in the country. That's a war on sovereignty. And I think it's also a really important reminder that our trade unions, their infrastructure, the working class infrastructure we have built are not just important for workers' rights, but in time of crisis and war, we can use that infrastructure to help people survive those crises. And we also hear your call for solidarity, the call for us to talk to our governments and negotiate and send resources. So we hear your call, and thank you for being with us today. I think Alicia's words are gonna be with us throughout this morning, and I really invite the trade unionists that are gonna comment on the GLUE conference and the GLUE conference's dialogue to also think about what Alicia brought with us this morning. Welcome again to everyone who is just getting on. My name is Rebecca Tarlow. I am an associate professor at Penn State. I work in the Labor and Global Workers' Rights program, where we have trade unionists from around the world coming every year, including we've had trade unionists from Ukraine that have come and studied with us. So again, thank you, Alessia, for being with us. Real quick, I'm just gonna explain how the day is gonna work. What we're going to do is we have leaders of tracks that are going to present for 5 minutes each on the discussion that's happened in each of the 7 tracks over the past 4 days. And then we have 3 trade unionists that are here with us today from the Global Union Federation. So we have Ambit Yusan from the General Secretary of the Building and Woodworkers International, Rosa Pavanelli from the General Secretary of the Global Union Federation of Public Service International, and we have Mirta Witobi, the founding president of the International Domestic Workers Federation. And so we're going to have 2 track leaders present each for 5 minutes on a theme, and then we're going to have the 3 Global Union Federation leaders comment for 5 minutes each on those 2 tracks, and then we're going to have another 2 track leaders comment on their track, and then we're going to have the same 3 trade unionists also comment on that discussion. And so then we'll have an accumulated dialogue. So the themes that we're going to discuss this first part of the morning are going to be social protection, gender-based violence, racism, migrant labor, and authoritarianism. Some of the common subtopics are how democratic are our societies? How do we use and build institutions and workplace arrangements that ensure inclusion? And how can we treat workers, and what is the labor movement's responsibility? And so to start us off, we're going to go straight to Frank Hofer, who was the track leader of authoritarianism, which is a good segue from what's happening in Ukraine and Russia today. So Frank, go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Rebecca. And I think the issues we debated were also related to what we heard about the Ukraine, that in many countries, trade unions are at the forefront of defending freedom, democracy, and the right of people to determine their lives themselves. Look, in 5 minutes, I can't summarize everything, but I took from this debate 7 points. The first is we should not forget there are incredibly courageous people in our ranks. They're trade unionists who speak up for freedom and for democracy in their societies and at their workplace, be it in Myanmar, China, Philippines, Eswatini, Sudan, Zimbabwe, Russia, Turkey, Colombia, just countries we discussed, or the Ukraine where we heard it about just now. And we should never forget that behind general reports of repression, there are people, individual workers who stand up despite being intimidated, fired, beaten up, imprisoned, or even killed. The second takeaway is democracy does not die with a bang. It is sliced up away step by step. Media freedom is curtailed, elections laws are changed, collective labor rights abolished, independent judiciary attacked, protest leaders fined or imprisoned, universities purged, international cooperation denounced as espionage, opposition parties forbidden, and so forth. With each step, we see how democracy is destroyed, and very often a single step might be not seen as so important, but with each step, it becomes also more difficult to defend democracy. So that's why one takeaway is that being alert about the first attacks on democracy is so important. And the examples of Turkey, Hungary, the US, or Brazil also show that no country is safe from sliding into more undemocratic rule. The third takeaway is the moderate right is not a firewall against right-wing radicalism. We have seen this in the US, in Brazil, in the UK, that the moderate right, if it has to choose between democracy and power, it goes for power. The fourth, workers' rights are part and parcel of a wider political struggle. There's nothing like an apolitical trade unionism. Trade unions might not want to align with a particular party, but there cannot be neutrality on fundamental policies. There's no free trade union under dictatorship, and there's no true democracy without democratic trade unions. Fifth, it is not enough to be against. Democracy cannot be defended just by opposing authoritarian leaders. It's the deficiencies and failures of the liberal system that made so many people turning to the right. The rise of authoritarian regimes cannot be stopped by the defense of the status quo, but only with an agenda that has practical and mobilizing ideas how to build inclusive and fair societies. Sixth, resistance always differs in each and every case. In some cases, there's still a chance to change things at the ballot box. In others, mass mobilization, civil disobedience, and sanctions can be the right strategy, but there are also countries where the first priority is to build an invisible network of activists. Workers putting forward basic day-to-day demands can be the best way to build slowly a movement against a current overmighty state. And finally, international solidarity needs to be guided by the people at the forefront of any struggle. For people standing up for their rights and their beliefs, it is of utmost importance to know that other people see their struggle and are supporting them. It is crucially important that those who have to flee their country can get political asylum, that those in the country get all the political, moral, and financial support possible. However, these people who are fighting don't need people from the outside who use their influence, their money to tell people what they should do. The people in the country need to decide when a call for sanction is appropriate, when silent diplomacy and when public campaign are the most promising means to get political prisoners released. And finally, I think we, as the GLUE, can and should be part of this international solidarity. The GLUE can serve as a platform to have these discussions and to help to build solidarity networks among people and rally around those who are in the forefront of our common struggles. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Right on 5 minutes. A lot of really important themes you mentioned. I'm going to go straight over to Baba Aye, who's going to be talking about the social protection track.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. There were 4 panels on that track with a robust discussion. I will try draw major threads from this to present the fabric of the discourse on the track as a whole. There was a general understanding that social protection has suffered over the last couple of decades due to neoliberal hegemony as the overarching context of development and labor and employment relations. And this is despite international covenants for sustainable development as well as for decent work. This you can see at workplace level and up to globally. And some of the key drivers of these have been increasing precarization of work and informalization of labor and employment relations. The use of structural indebtedness of workers was also stressed, and how this and other elements that have undermined social protection have economic, social, and ideological elements for discipline of the workforce, and and then the distinctly rapid nature of this along the global supply chains was also stressed in one of the panels. And quite importantly, the role of international financial institutions in undermining labor market institutions and decent work, as well as strategies by employers, which include not only use of yellow unions, but bogus self-employment and cooperatives. Unions, in some instances, organizing with exclusionary strategies have also not helped matters, whilst there has been inclusionary strategy of organizing, demanding, advocating for social protection on the part of some unions. There was also a general understanding that this situation was exacerbated by the pandemic, but the pandemic also provided opportunity in a number of industries. The meat industry in particular came to the fore because of how the pandemic spread through there, and the importance of international solidarity for taking for utilizing the opportunities of struggle for social protection at this point was stressed. And social dialogue has also been largely compromised in even where you have interventions by governments to build on social protection, and the gender dimensions of these were stressed. In particular, India, where the labor code on social security was passed in the midst of the pandemic, and how you have seen it's being used to increase the invisibilization of women in social protection. So some of the key things that came up is also the need to fight for universal social protection, and ideas say universal public social protection, because where there have been wins in recent times, governments have used these more from an approach of as pro-poor measures as against ensuring universal social protection for the workforce. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. So now we are going to ask our trade union speakers, our 3 trade union speakers for this first session, to comment on the themes that came out in these 2 tracks. Again, you can comment on whatever you want, but some questions you can think about are how the findings correspond to the realities you're confronted with in your own organization or worker sector, how you and your affiliates are currently addressing these challenges, and what role you think that the GLUE trade union collaboration could have to improve the situation for workers. So again, we have 3 trade union speakers, Ambit Yusan, Rosa Pavanelli, and Myrtle Wheatboy. And I am going to invite Ambit to come on for 5 minutes and respond first. And please, everyone can go to the website to see larger descriptions of everyone's biographies. And if you have questions as well, put them in the chat for either the trade union speakers or the track presenters. Ambit.
Hello, everyone. First, I'd like to express the solidarity of the members of BWI to the people of Ukraine. So you can count on our support of our members around the world, and we are really getting a lot of support for the trade union, to our affiliate, to the construction union in Ukraine. So second, I actually started back in '96 as part of the trade union movement, uh, trade unions during that time were organized to fight against dictatorship. So that was our first agenda. So we believe, fighting for democracy, fighting against authoritarianism is the core in the fight of trade union rights. So during my time when I started, that was our objective. We cannot have genuine trade union rights if there is an authoritarian government. Of course, now after many years now in the Philippines, the Marcos is coming back, and the unions again is fighting against this. And this is also happening, of course, in Ukraine, in Myanmar, in Hong Kong, and Colombia. Uh, Democracy, trade union is a democratic institution. There can never be a real democracy without trade unions. No? So the challenge for the trade unions right now is, many of the trade unions now are simply service-oriented trade union movement. And they forgot the beginnings of the trade union movement, fighting for rights and fighting for democracy. There should now be a balance, no, for many trade unions, a balance of providing services, uh, trade union services to its member, but at the same time, a trade union orientation towards organizing, towards building a political movement. Another point that we want to raise is that the trade union movement is becoming smaller and smaller, and many workers seeing the trade union movement as the elite, the well-off in the society, because the trade union movement failed to organize the contract workers, the informal workers, the migrant workers. Specifically, I represent the construction workers union. In the global south, construction workers are, most of them are temporary, informal, and project workers. So we need to organize them if we want to really have genuine democracy. Uh, on the issue of social protection, we believe that the social protection should have a bigger coverage. It should cover the informal workers, the contract workers, the migrant workers, and we should take note women. In the construction sector in many countries in Asia, there are a lot of women construction workers, and they are not part of the social protection. Social protection is very limited. It has to be widened. We have seen this during the pandemic. No, we have seen that vulnerable sectors were not covered, and if you have many of our members have no work, no pay. No. So another point that I want to raise is that social protection must not just be a national. Many social protection is framed nationally. We must have a social protection that is global. There are a lot of migrant workers moving around, and they are in between the country of origin and the country of destination. And during the pandemic, no one would cover them, neither the country of origin nor the country of destination. So we believe we need to have a global social protection and a wider coverage so that particularly the marginalized sector and the vulnerable sector must be covered. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Ambit brought up a lot of important points. I just want to remind everyone, if they have additional questions that they want any of the Global University Federation trade unionists to answer, or any of the track leaders to answer, throw them in chat. Frank, you already have a bunch of questions in there for you, so be prepared to answer. But in the meantime, we're going to be moving on to Rosa Pavanelli from the Public Services International.
Thank you
PSI.
very much, Rebecca, and thanks to GLU for inviting me to this closure of your conference, of your annual conference. I want to thank Frank and Baba for their reports that are focusing on essential points. That are stimulating to me some other questions, I would say, rather than responses. Yes, I think that the findings that our democracies are at stake is true, and is what we see in so many parts of the world, in so many countries. It is a stake because it's threatened by tensions, conflicts, war. In many places, it's at stake because it's threatened by the power of corporates, of business over the role of governments. And is threatened because in this situation where injustice and inequality are spreading, people become less interested, less involved in policy when it's not involved in the more populist, fascist, nationalist movement. We have a role as trade union in that, but I think that we need to be also autocritical towards ourselves when we talk about this. I think that what the horrible invasion, Russian invasion of Ukraine is showing is that the world that we knew, the post Second World War and the post fall of the Berlin Wall situation is no longer the reality that we live in. And we need to recognize that probably this is the time to go to the root causes of this instability of our world. We, as trade union movement, are committed to defend workers. We mobilize to defend workers everywhere. But I must say, not always everywhere with the same energy and with the same commitment. And I think this is a problem. It's true, we mobilize for Philippines, for Myanmar, for all the countries where we see injustice, but there are parts of the world where we are not getting involved. Just to mention one, Mali has been going through military coup in the past years, one after the other, people living in dire straits and bad conditions. And I never heard anyone in the global trade union movement raising this voice. This gives to me the idea that we are still concerned of the stability of the power following the conception of the post-colonial system that was created after the Second World War, which is post-colonial just by definition because it continued to be a colonial system. And I think that this is the moment that we need to raise our voice to say that we need to fight against all sorts of imperialism, all sorts of nationalism, fascism, but also put an end to the new colonial system that is governing globally the world. This means re-establishing a primacy of governments, of democratic institutions elected by people and acting on behalf of people and for people, not for interest. And this means also that we need to keep distance from, or take distance from some environment where we have been too much involved in the past. I honestly think that negotiating with corporate is something that we need to do, but is not sharing their principles, is not sharing their core mission. We need to defend people before profit. And it's not always happening, this. And this will raise again the credibility of the trade union movement, the capacity of the trade union movement to impact, to be effective in the protection of workers. And this has to be done at all levels. I'm really upset about this idea of reforming the UN system through this multilateralism principle, which is actually creating the conditions for corporates to be the major actor within the global governance. And it's just, just a little gift that they give to civil society organization and trade union to be part of this multilateral, plurilateral system, sorry. I was mistaken, plurilateralism and multi-stakeholderism that they are proposing. So yes, we need to claim our place because we represent the working people all around the world. And we can make the difference when we are bold in representing their interest. Working conditions for people have worsened in the past decades, I would say. Less and less formal job, stable jobs are created. And of course, this is eroding the basis for unionizing workers. But we need to do more in order to represent also workers in the informal sector. Of course, I am the General Secretary of Public Service Workers. I can say the most formal of the formal workers, if we want to say something, no. But we also have a growing area of informal workers in our sectors, and for instance, we as PSI are fighting and are organizing. We have projects in many countries to organize workers in the community health workers that are considered as volunteer while working under the direction of the Ministry of Health or health authorities in many cases. And we have been able to help them form a union, formalize their work. For instance, in Pakistan, we are doing the same in Nepal, in Bangladesh, in Southern Africa, and in many other countries in Africa. So I think that the response is organizing and claiming that the public authorities take their responsibility. Reforming the tax system, having corporates and business and financial system paying their fair share of tax everywhere they make profit is the response to make sure that the government can have the resources to fund social protection. I'm a bit skeptical about the creation of a global fund for social protection. All the global funds that have been created have been the source of profit for corporates, and they have been distributed by the World Bank under conditionalities that have pushed developing countries in worse and worse situations. So I would like, before deciding to support a global fund, who is going to fund that Global Fund for Social Protection? First, who is going to manage and under which conditionalities it can be given? Because if once again is an instrument to direct through corporates, the distribution of benefits to friend countries that the club of the rich decide, well, that's not the response that we need for a global protection of workers.
Great, thank you so much, Rosa. And on that note, I'm needing to organize informal workers as well. We're going to invite Myrtle Wheatboy here, the founding president of the International Domestic Workers Federation, to comment for 5 minutes. Myrtle, do you want to come off mute? Myrtle? Is Myrtle
still... Okay, I'm here. Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I'm Myrtle Witboy. I'm from South Africa. I'm from Tatsawu, the Domestic Workers Union, but I also represent the Global Federation for Domestic Workers, the IDWF. I am actually so empowered listening to all the previous speakers, speaking about unions and speaking about all the problems we do have in unions. And if I look at what they are talking about and I look at the domestic sector, I see that we are far away from those problems that they're talking about, where money is taking control and things like that. I think we're basically at a stage where we are looking at migrant workers, the organizing of migrant workers, the organizing of domestic workers. And what we find about this is that, to organize domestic workers is actually quite heavy, because most migrant workers, they're migrating from the one country to another country. And when they get to that country, they don't have any rights. They don't have any democratic rights. They cannot form unions. They're actually scattered. They are away from their homes. So they become feeling isolated, and they have no ways of forming an organization. But what we have started in the IDWF, we have started to look at migrant workers, and we started to look at setting up migrant workers, also ordinary workers, rural workers, and normal workers. But basically our control is on migrant workers because of them leaving their countries. And we're looking at how can we actually bring migrant workers into the fold. So we set up powerful groups. We start workshops for migrant workers. We start educating migrant workers on their rights. And we find the tool of Convention 189 is helping a lot to actually, bring domestic workers into the fold and actually to build the migrant workers, because Convention 189 does not exclude migrant workers. They are all included in Convention 189. And that is why, although the struggle continues to mobilize and unionize, we have to use the tools of 189, and we make sure that this global federations that is there in the world, that they support the struggle of the migrant and the domestic workers. And only if the global federations is also starting to support us as the migrant workers, as the domestic workers, I'm sure that we will become much stronger. We also have to understand that the COVID-19 has a big impact on the domestic workforce, as many and thousands domestic workers has lost their jobs. And once again, the IDWF had to think fast of how we can bring domestic workers back into the fold. So slowly but surely, we're building up our domestic workers, we're building up the migrant workers, and we're looking at how we can spread out and have big, massive workshops to educate domestic workers, to understand their rights, and and speak up for themselves. And only by empowering themselves and only by working with the big global federations, I'm sure that we can, come together and actually unite and speak in one voice to free domestic workers and migrant workers from slavery. And this is what I want to say forward, that all these unions and all these people that are speaking on this channel today, please assist the IDWF, assist the migrant workers in your country, help them to win Convention 189, let them speak to the government. And in that way, we will have a lot of domestic workers, and we can actually build a big, free democratic union for domestic workers. And we will make sure that we avoid all these loopholes of money and things like that, because we're actually learning a lot here today. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you so much, Myrtle. And you're going to have another time to respond to two more sets of track leaders that are going to talk specifically about race and gender and migration. So I'm sure that's going to be a great dialogue. Right now, again, thank you, Ambit, Rosa, Myrtle. Those were great interventions, great responses. Since you all are going to have another chance to respond, I'm actually going to give Frank and Baba Ya one last time to respond to some of the questions that have emerged. I've grouped them into different themes. One, Frank, I see that you already responded a little bit on chat, but one is about how are we defining democracy? Is there one ideal of what democracy looks like globally? Should there be? But also there's another question of how can the trade unions fight for democracy globally if we don't always have democracy in our rank and file unions themselves? And so how do we think about the relationship between democracy in our political sphere and democracy in our unions? And there's also a question here about how the local unions and global networks can work together. And I think Myrtle brought this up at the end. How is it that these global networks can actually support not just local unions, but also migrant workers, informal workers? Did that come up in any of your tracks? And then there's a really interesting debate happening about universal social protection. Baba Ya, you said that that was a theme within the track, that universal social protection was necessary. Ambit really mentioned that we need to globalize social protection. But then Rosa has this question about, is universalizing social protection, is that actually going to produce good results, or is it just going to make profit for companies? So a little bit about social protection at this global level, if you have any last thoughts about that, Baba. Yeah. So I'm going to go to Frank first, and then Baba, is that okay? Frank, why don't you start?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think trade union democracy is always a big issue. And it is important that we as our own organizations are democratic organizations, that we have the kind of transparency, the kind of elections, congresses, and so where we really decide our policies. And I think some of the comments are saying you might have some trade union leaders who are more interested in keeping the position than improving the workers' lot. That's true, but still, I think trade unions are by and large the biggest democratic organizations we have. I think it's sometimes quite impressive how organizations with millions of members structure themselves democratically. So while I see the difficulties, I think the answer has to be democratic institutions in the organization itself, clear transparency, votes, and no tolerance against corrupt structures. And that's also true, I think, for the global union federations. I think sometimes the global union federations were too keen to affiliate new members, or were not looking strongly enough whether they meet the criteria of a democratic organization. I think there's a wake-up call here also to look at that. Second point, are there different definitions of democracy? I think we should be careful on that, because there are these people who are saying, okay, China is also a democracy because they have a People's Congress and people vote there. Or Viktor Orban in Hungary says, I'm building an illiberal democracy, which basically means it's a democracy in words, but illiberal authoritarian rule in deeds. And I think there are very clear criteria which we can apply. I mentioned a few in the chat, but for trade unions, I think the big battle in democratic societies is the question of democracy at the workplace. So in the liberal concept, democracy very often ends at the factory gate. And I think a key point, if you really want a democratic society, people have to be free of fear also at the workplace to organize and express their interests. And I think that's what we have to make sure. If you want to have a democracy in society, you don't have it in the workplace, you will have a lot of workers losing trust in democracy at large as well. And that's where trade unions have to be also, I think, the cornerstone of any democratic society. And I might stop here.
Great, thanks for those clarifications and thoughts, Frank. Baba, did you want to jump in here as well?
Yeah, Rebecca. I think the point here is universal, and that's why I stress universal public social protection. It's quite distinct from the idea of the global social protection fund, which actually still falls into the rubric, the way it is presented now, of course, of making governments avoid their place as duty bearers. Every worker has to have access to social protection. But what you have had, and like in one of the panels, the issue of even the privatization of pensions came in. What you have had with 4 decades of neoliberalism is to shift the responsibility for social protection to the back of workers themselves, even as work becomes more precarious, and the use of targeted pro-poor measures for delivering social protection. Eventually, what it boils down to is not only haphazard, but it does not ensure the protection of each and every worker. So, what social protection entails, the right to health to all, adequate income, security of job. What universal public social protection would mean now would be, in a sense, a new order. In a sense, a new order from what we have had, where profit has come first. It is part of the process of putting the people over profit.
Okay, great. Thank you for those reflections, clarifications, Baba. So now what we're going to do, I see there's a hand up, but if you have another question, please throw that in the chat, because we actually have to move to a whole new set of track presenters. And so Janice Silverman is going to present on race and gender, and then Mustafa Henway is going to present for 5 minutes on migration. And then just to remind our trade unionists, Ambit, Rosa, and Myrtle, each of you are going to have yet another 5 minutes to comment specifically on these issues of migration and race and gender and the themes that are brought up by the track presenters. So on that note, I'm going to hand it off to Jana.
Great. Thanks, Rebecca. Such an honor to be here this morning with such amazing trade union leaders and activists. And before I get started to talk about our track on race, gender, and labor, I also want to just give a shout out to Laura Gutierrez and Kathy Feingold of the AFL-CIO, who also played a key role in structuring the debates and the breakout sessions on for this track. So as many of you in the GLUE network know, the working class is more multifaceted than ever today. As we know, the GLUE is an incredibly diverse, geographically, racially, ethnically, gender diverse network, but not the entire labor movement, global labor movement, unfortunately, is like that. Basically, as we have more and more women entering the paid workforce, more recognition of the unpaid reproductive labor also done by women. In order for unions to be truly representative, they must adopt a gender-based approach to organizing, collective bargaining, and policy advocacy. And in addition to that, for unions to even better reflect the face of workers today, they should also understand the differentiated experiences of workers who face other kinds of inequalities and injustices that go beyond class and gender, such as race, ethnicity, caste, migratory status, sexual orientation and gender identity, age, disability, and many others, as captured in Convention 111 and beyond. This is obviously not an easy task. Many of us who work in this field try to use the concept of intersectionality to give us a framework to understand how to approach this. Intersectionality, which was codified by many Western Black feminists like Kimberly Crenshaw, but was a product of the real life practices by third world feminists from the global South that have, of course, there is no roadmap of how we can apply intersectionality theory to union practice. In the discussions we had as part of track 2, we did get some good ideas of how we can potentially do that, though. In our track, we talked about real life examples from countries as varied as Ghana, Malawi, Brazil, Kenya, South Korea, and India. In our first breakout session, we focused a lot on gender-based violence and how that impacts both the workplace as a whole and the quality of life, in particular for women workers who've been victimized. Despite the fact that many of the countries in the case studies presented have robust laws against sexual harassment and other forms of GBV, these laws are rarely and inadequately enforced, leading in many cases to stigmatization and added trauma for the women who are victimized without any real changes in workplace culture. For real thoroughgoing change to happen, unions as democratic and representative entities must take an active role in changing that culture, together with employers and government agencies when appropriate, through trainings, empowerment of women, and anti-gender-based violence clauses in collective bargaining agreements, as well as, of course, campaigns for the ratification of ILO Convention 190. In this first breakout session, we also talked about the double burden of paid and unpaid work, which increased exponentially, for example, in the case of Brazil, for women during the pandemic. The dramatic lack of support from male family members or from any kind of private or public social institutions created a crisis of care during lockdown, which women were forced to bravely shoulder while at the same time continuing to work at their paid jobs at the same level of productivity. This created an absolutely unsustainable mental and emotional burden, which in countries such as the US has led to a mental health crisis for many women, especially mothers, but also to mobilizations for more adequate social policies, such as the famed or infamous Build Back Better bill, which unfortunately the Biden administration has not been able to pass yet, and also led to many women leaving the paid workforce altogether, the so-called Great Resignation, which we saw playing out last year here in the US. The care crisis is racialized as well as gendered. We must remember that the real the oppression of largely migrant and people of color domestic workers whose work was considered essential to many households during the pandemic, even though their health, their safety, and their labor rights have never been considered essential. The tremendous inequities faced by the over 67 million domestic workers around the world can only be fought through more robust organizing and self-empowerment of these workers themselves, who do the work that makes all other work possible. In our second breakout session, we talked about the experiences of organizing women in unions in South Korea, in particular about the tensions between created dedicated spaces to strengthening women's voices and organizing capacity, but at the same time not turning those spaces into ghettos that can end up marginalizing rather than empowering women. One strategy for strengthening women workers' organization is to build all women unions, which have been created in South Korea, England, Japan, and India. SIWA, which we had a representative in our first panel, are examples of those kind of organizations. These organizations have been key in organizing women in the informal sector, which were not seen as worthy of attention by male-led unions. By creating this gendered form of competition within the labor movement, unions such as the KWTU in South Korea have pushed male-led unions to organize female-dominated sectors. In that session, we also discussed the issue of caste as a cross-cutting theme, even today in India, and the linkages between political reform and social reform, and the need to break away from caste divides, which inhibit solidarity, which make unions weaker and more fragmented than they should be. For that reason, unions in countries such as India should adopt a more intersectional approach to gender, caste, and class, and look towards the goal of annihilation of caste, in the words of Ambedkar. In summary, as I know my time is extremely short and we want to have some time for discussion, as unions, as unionists, as activists, as academics, as members of this incredible glue network, we must remember that the future of work is no longer umbilically linked to the industrial sector, and that the future of workers is female, it's young, it's Black, it's migrant, and it's LGBTQ. In our diversity lies our strength. Thank you.
Thank you, Jana, for that passionate talk and those really important reminders that the future of work, the future of our unions is young, Black, LGBTQ, and diverse. That's a great ending. I just want to remind folks that if they have questions, specifically questions on these topics of race and gender and migration, because that's the focus right now, please put them in the chat. Mustafa Henway is now going to give some comments on the migration glue track. So Mustafa, please come off mute, turn your camera on if possible.
Thank you, Rebecca, and thank you very much, for Jana's great summary and presentation, and also going to build off what Miret was talking about in terms of domestic work. So we had an incredible 2 sets of panels on migration and labor, and focusing, I think, very much on different sectors that really, came to the fore during the pandemic in terms of essential labor, right? So we had a panel on care work, and also, while not exclusively on agriculture and food processing, it kind of became a focus in terms of where our panel and our discussions were going in our first session on migration and labor. And what was striking between both of these sessions was that there was kind of a clarity in terms of the similarity that the conditions that migrant workers face, but also sort of the dynamics in terms of this demand for migrant labor, especially in labor receiving countries in the advanced, the global north, the European Union and North America, right? That for the 280 million migrant workers across the world share vast similarities in terms of their conditions, in terms of their isolation, in terms of the sectors that they are employed in, and in terms of their disposability, right? And in our panel, it wasn't just focused on the global north. While there was discussions in terms of Vietnamese migrant labor in southern China, and the fact that 300 Chinese enterprises now are licensed to bring in Vietnamese migrant labor into southern China, and that there's now this demand for cheaper labor in China, or the slave-like conditions of migrants in Brazil. But we also talked about the profound demand of nurses in the US, from the Philippines, from the Caribbean, and now from Nigeria, or Polish workers in the healthcare sector in Switzerland, and also Eastern European labor within the EU. And what was profound was that there was this sort of clarity in terms of the demand of migrant labor, was even the manipulation of the Ukrainian crisis, right? That employers were already beginning to target and gear their actual recruitment towards Ukrainian refugees, in particular in the healthcare sector. And the second reflection that we had from our panel was that it wasn't just marginal sectors or marginal firms. When we think about migrant labor, when we think about the use of this sort of hyper exploitable labor, we think about shady labor recruiters, we think about substandard conditions, we think about sweatshops, even in the global north. But the fact that the use of migrant labor was profound in Germany's largest meat processing firms, such as Danish Crown, or one of the largest for-profit multinational long-term care homes, such as Orpea, right? And another, part of that discussion and that reflection was that for these firms and these sectors and these industries to continually this drive to push back the labor movement, to push back the gains of the labor movement in terms of social protections, in terms of the ability to have unionized workplaces for decent wage and decent conditions, and to reduce costs in order to remain competitive, that their search for labor, in this discussion, it wasn't simply for the hypermobile workers in the EU. Even though these hypermobile workers in the EU, especially from Eastern Europe, are situated within the labor laws of the sending country, or in the examples of Germany, short-term workers are excluded from most of the rights that German workers have. A lot of the healthcare workers in the US come on these closed work permits tied to one employer. Similar situation in Canada. So the fact that the search for cheap labor was extending now across the world, and creating this really global hyper-exploitable workforce that is constantly disposable. And this is what corporations and firms truly desire at this moment. And the fourth, discussion point that came up was that really that this is being facilitated by international labor market intermediaries, not just small recruiters in the global south, but large corporations, right? Like Adecco, Manpower, that are really playing a central role in the sort of transnationalization of migrant labor. And obviously not just about the work conditions and the isolation, but the challenges that brings to the trade union movement. So in terms of the discussions brought out the actual strategies of migrant workers. So Polish workers inside Switzerland, creating their own associations. There was discussions from uni about how the ability to create strategies to go to churches to reach these healthcare workers, these migrant healthcare workers, or the formations of small collectives within the trade unions, and how these sort of strategies or grassroots strategies were effective in being able to bring these workers into the unions and then playing a resilient role within the unions, especially the case of Polish healthcare workers in Switzerland, but also examples in Verdi and within the DGB. And so, it really begs the question of where do we go and what's the role of the glue, which was also a discussion that we had. And one key aspect was, all of these examples, despite them being desperate, was this centrality that these are transnational strategies by corporations, right, and by entire sectors. That these are isolated events, but that there's a clear global strategy. And as the glue, we play a key role in trying to unpack that, to unearth that, to get to the center of that, and the impacts and the condition of migrant workers, but also not to challenge and sort of to defend the rights of migrant workers, but fundamentally connecting that to the future of the labor movement as a whole and bringing about a sense of internationalism. And I think the final point in terms of where do we go is that, and related to this point, is that glue plays a unique space, and we saw this in both of our panels, that there are no global spaces that can bring together trade unions from the global north and the global south, that can begin the discussions of how do we best organize migrant labor? How do we best organize these hypermobile workers that are disposable, that are constantly in precarious situation, whether they be coming from the Bangladesh to Malaysia or the Philippines to Germany, and how do we begin to have those discussions amongst trade unions, but also amongst activists as a way of creating solidaristic positions, not simply because as corporations, as the far right, seek simple nationalistic narratives, chauvinistic narratives, that simply to deal with the degradation of work conditions, economic restructuring, that we simply close off our borders. We hear this called UK jobs for UK workers, or the same here, Canadian jobs for Canadian workers, as opposed to dealing with the issues of how corporations are trying to seek profit at all costs, and how this impacts workers, regardless of where you were born, regardless of where you come from. And so the glue plays a central role in that, and that will not only rebuild the labor movement, but also fundamentally challenge those forces that are trying to use this moment to really push forward a chauvinistic, nationalistic agenda that fundamentally goes against the entire working class, regardless of where they were born. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mustafa. And I think Jana and Mustafa, you brought up so many important points for the global labor movement, thinking about how we can recognize the gender and racialized character of workers, how we can, instead of closing our borders when we are facing migrants, but actually be inclusive and start to organize new workers. These are all really important questions. So I'm very excited to see what our 3 Global Union Federation leaders are going to say. And since we're talking about race and gender and migration, it seems only appropriate to have Myrtle Wheatboy from the International Domestic Workers Federation to come on first. Myrtle, I don't know if you're able to turn your camera on, and you have 5 minutes if you want to react to the themes that Jana and Mustafa brought up.
Okay, thank you. I've got it on now. I'm sorry that my first presentation was a bit wrong. I should have focused more on democracy. But I think when listening to about the migrant workers, one has to realize that the migrant workers is the most exploited workforce, because the migrant domestic workers and domestic workers are from the poorest of the poor, and they get exploited much more. They earn low wages, they get discriminated again, and also they are separated from their families. They move from one country to another country. When they arrive in another country, they don't have any labor rights, and they find themselves not being able to organize into unions. They find themselves that, yes, they can belong to migrant centers, but when they want to speak up and when they want to talk about their rights, they find themselves being blocked. And that was the experience we had in Lebanon. We went to Lebanon, we formed a union, we had it all ready, and 2 days later, the authorities said, no, migrant workers is not allowed to have, you're not allowed to have unions, and they sent those workers that organized them, they send them back to the countries. So obviously there is a triple explanation for migrant workers. And how are we going to actually address the situation? Like I said before, we have to understand there is a tool, there is a Convention 189 that is protecting migrant workers, is protecting all workers. But what we notice is that most countries is just ignoring this 189. Most countries is not ratified, and so that they can give more rights to domestic workers. We also notice that domestic workers find themselves, when we look at COVID-19, what has happened? We find domestic workers on the streets, we find migrant workers in the country sitting outside of embassies. Clearly, there's a big exploitation happening to migrant workers, domestic workers. And if we look in reality, it is still the same in the world. Domestic workers are from the poor people. We are supposed to be uneducated, we can't sing. But slowly but surely, we are starting to speak up. Slowly but surely, we're starting to pick up the pieces. Slowly but surely, we're starting to educate ourselves. And we are saying now, no to discrimination. We are saying we had enough of being the lowest of the lowest. And we are saying we're going to uplift ourselves and we're going to educate ourselves. But how do we start with that? How do we start in this world with that? When COVID-19 made such a big impact on us, we were lost as domestic workers. We didn't know how to address the technology. We didn't know how to understand our cell phones. We were cut off from our families because we couldn't reach our families. We were sitting on street corners. We had no jobs. But slowly but surely, we have to start thinking now. And like I said before, if those global federations, now I'm not talking about the IDWF, the global federation, I'm talking about that global federations, that legal centers in the countries, if they really want to assist the migrant workers, if they really want to assist the domestic workers, call them, have workshops with them, strengthen them, educate them to understand that what is happening to them, it's not normal. It is not normal that we must be exploited. It's not normal that we work for low wages. It's not normal that we must be discriminated about. What is normal is that our work is decent work. And for that, we need decent pay. And this is what we need to take forward in the next 3 years as we move into this new world of technology. We have to actually also make sure that migrant workers, when we leave our country to go to another country, we understand our rights. We understand what's going to happen. But, because of poverty, because of food, because of shortage of everything, we just think about going to work and providing for our family. We don't think beyond that. But once we come to a country, we now have to start thinking and stop discrimination. Social protection. What social protection is there for migrant workers? Whether it's from South Africa and whether it's from the world, there's absolutely no social protection for us. We have got no free health care. We've got nothing. So the world now have to embrace migrant workers. The world now have to make us feel like workers. And only if we all start working together, all of these organizations, if we really, really start working together, if we stand up and we speak out, we We've got a convention 190. That convention say stop abuse. That convention say stop gender abuse. But it's like all of this is standing still. If we open this, if we really make it work for domestic workers, if we take 1989 and we take 190, we put it together. There is so much that's in there that we can embrace and educate ourselves as migrant workers and as ordinary domestic workers. So let us go forward and let us work together and let us unionize the migrant workers. Let us not, leave them there and put them in a corner and say, well, that is it. Let us form organizations and slowly but surely, let us build that organizations, educate them on their rights. And if we can empower women, we empower a nation. So this is what I want to take forward this afternoon. I want to say to that migrant centers, we salute you. We are grateful for what you're doing. So help us to build and empower us as migrant workers and domestic workers so we can speak and free for ourselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Myrtle. What a powerful talk, and saying that the world has to recognize migrant workers and our work, I think, is a powerful statement. We're going to move quickly on to the next speaker. I just want to tell everyone that we're going to end the session at 10:10 because we started a little late because we had the Ukrainian sister who spoke at the beginning. But we're going to move on to Ambit Yusan from the Building and Woodworkers International. Ambit?
Yes, thank you, Becky. I fully agree. We have to organize the migrant workers into a union. No, that's basically the agenda of BWI. I'm right now. I'm actually in Paris, and I just visited the Olympic construction site, and there are migrant workers there, not receiving the same and equal treatment in France. So this is a big issue even in France. Now, I'll quickly, share with you BWI's strategy about organizing migrants. We have we try to be creative in organizing. It's difficult, but globally we approach it. We use sports as an organizing strategy. Like I said, in Paris Olympic site, we are here. There is a clear nexus between sports and migrants. Most of the stadium sites built around sports are built by the migrant workers. So we are also active in Qatar. So, we have a huge organizing efforts. Unions are not allowed in Qatar, but we have to be creative. We were able to organize together with domestic workers. We were able to organize more than 50,000 workers' communities. It's basically them having their voice, negotiating with government on the issue of labor reforms. Of course, we will be discussing organizing also of migrants in the US, Canada, and Mexico for the 2026 World Cup. We also use the Expo 2020 to be able to highlight the issue of migrant workers in the UAE. In Abu Dhabi, Guggenheim Museum is going to be built. The artists are protesting, and we build an alliance with the artists to ensure that labor rights, migrant rights are protected in the construction of the Guggenheim Museum. Health and safety is also an entry point for us. And of course, as a global organization, we negotiate global agreements with multinational companies, and this includes equal treatment to migrant workers. In terms of women's issue, our sector is dominated by men, but yet our women in BW has been fighting for equal representation. But more than that, I think more than just fighting for equal representation.
Ambit, we lost you. Okay, so I think we lost Ambit for a second. I think he just got cut off, so that's okay. There was a lot of really important points that he made about building workers and the fact that a lot of them are migrants, especially with these huge construction projects. So hopefully the track presenters can speak to some of those issues. Let's move now to our last, definitely not least, but our last speaker, Rosa Pavanelli from the Public Service International. Rosa, do you have some comments you want to make about race, gender, and migration?
Of course, a lot. I mean, 5 minutes won't be enough, but I'll try. First of all, I would like to comment that making or achieving gender equality is one of the essential objective if we want to build stable democracy, because as long as 50% of the global population is excluded from the decision-making process at all levels, there won't be real democracy. So gender equality is, I would say, is top on the agenda of PSI, and actually is a mainstreaming process that we are applying to all our policies in that sense. But talking about gender equality is, of course, first of all, creating the conditions for women to have equal treatment at the workplace, fighting against violence, domestic violence at the workplace as well. But it means, above all, fixing the issue of care. As the burden for paid and unpaid care work on women is one of the conditions that is perpetuating inequality. We launched last year, and we are continuing campaigning on this, a manifesto for the social redistribution of care, where we do believe that the process has to be not only aiming to recognize the importance of care as an area of jobs for women, but where our objective is to redistribute socially and domestically the burden of care. That starts with education. We need to open our education center in care specialties to boys, because if we don't start with that, we will continue to suffer a discrimination, not only in the care sector, but also in a broader sense, in all feminized, women-dominated labor sectors. We need to redistribute the care work at home and in the society, educating men to take care of the family, of the children, of the elders, and all this. And we need to reaffirm that care is a fundamental human right. I think that COVID made it clear that it's not just healing a disease that can help the well-being of each individual and of a community, but it is accessing the fundamental services, care services. We saw it in elder care, long-term care, in child care, education, in so many areas that without those services, the burden of that work was on the shoulders of women, and women had to leave their jobs in so many areas. And also recognizing that care services are green jobs. And if we want a just transition, not only we need to look at how we transition from one energy source to another, but also how we can create good, well-paid, well-maintained jobs in the green areas that are serving our community. When I talk about equality, I think gender is the fundamental issues, but we can't have equality and justice if we do not address all the other issues. We talk about migrant here. We have a lot of work on migrant in PSI. We have projects that put in contact and established an agreement between union in Germany and in the Philippines for nurses migrating to Germany that was not only involving the unions in the sending and in developing in the receiving country, but also the governments of the two countries. And this is a model that we think we need to continue to multiply in other areas between sending and receiving country, because it's not just a matter of global south people from global south migrating to global north, but it's also a regional process. We see that there are internal migration process within Southern Africa, within Latin America, from Peru, Bolivia, Venezuela, Colombia to Chile, Argentina, and things like that. So we need to look at those processes and organize workers in the existing union, because this is also a way to fight racism that is growing everywhere and is present in our society and even within our union. We think that without full recognition of the rights of LGBT plus community, there won't be the possibility to affirm equality for everyone. And we have a project on that within PSI, and I'm so proud to lead for the global union a global project to have recognized the labor rights and the human rights of the LGBT community. And I say we do this despite the fact that many of the affiliates, according with their governments, are against the recognition of those rights, or even supporting the idea that this is a crime, being a LGBT person is a crime and need to be punished. But we need to be bold. We need to bring the principle that we defend the human rights and the labor rights of everyone if we wanted to be successful and effective in defending workers in our countries and in our organization. And I also wanted to add another thing. It's something that is not related to the labor market, to the workers' rights strictly. But I'm so proud that we in PSI have projects defending, promoting the recognition of fundamental human rights and making sure that they can access health and education and fundamental services for refugees, displaced people, and asylum seekers in areas where nobody is taking care of them. We have projects in Lebanon with the Syrian refugees. We have projects in Nigeria with 2 million displaced people, internally displaced people that have no access to work, no access to services, where we try to ensure health services, education services, and above all, the right for all of them to be recognized as people, as persons, as human beings deserving human rights. I think that the crisis in Ukraine is showing that many European countries are opening their borders to rightly welcoming and including refugees from Ukraine in our cities, in our communities. What I hope is that these countries, these peoples, these unions will not forget that when it will happen to Libyan, Yemenite, Syrian, all sorts of people fleeing conflict and violence from everywhere. And I think that we need to be bold to bring these principles, even when we know that we will encounter problems from our members. But that's the reality. We need to be bold and need to be determined in defending fundamental human principles and liberal rights.
Thank you so much, Rosa. Thank you for that reminder that our unions have to be bold, that we have to be better than our governments and engage in struggles that our governments won't engage in, and that we have to look internally to address internal racism and internal homophobia and discrimination against our LGBT workers. That's really important. So if everyone, these are really important issues, and we are going to have at least a 15-minute break, hopefully 17-minute break, but we do want to let Jana and Mustafa to respond one more time to the questions that were just raised. Jana and Mustafa, you're each going to have 1.5 minutes max. Just to raise some of the issues, there's a continual theme about how we actually are going to represent women's unpaid care work, right? So Ambit mentioned all of the men in his union, but those men work because women work, right? So how do we recognize that work? Is the UN task force that has been working on this, is that the answer? That was a question in the chat. Rosa has talked about that as sort of collective care, recognizing that as part of a just transition. So that's one theme. Another theme is sort of social security deficits, portability rights for migrants. How are we going to recognize or advocate for those types of rights and protections for migrants themselves? There's another question about organizations like Amazon. How do we organize them? These are organizations that have migrant workers in the United States. They're Black workers, they're women. And then finally, I am going to mention, as a professor of adult education, that workers' education has been a theme throughout this session. The need to educate not only migrant workers, women of color, but also to educate our men about the importance of care work. And so those are some themes. I see, Rosa, you have your hands up, so I'm going to give you one last word, and then we're going to go to Jana and then Mustafa to finish up. So Rosa?
Yes, sorry, I forgot to say one thing that I consider important. I think language is crucial. We need to stop mutilating the language of corporates. I don't think that we talk about care economy. Care has to be a social responsibility. Then, of course, it has an economic impact, as it has care, as it has other areas. We cannot talk about migration industry, legitimizing countries to be the industry producing migrants to be sent all over the world. No, I think that we need to work on the idea that each country has to build the workforce that needs. And if we have to utilize migration, it has to be under a regulated system, a recognized system, but recognized meaning that recognize the fundamental rights of migrants, whether they are legal or illegal, as they were called. There's no illegal people, documented or undocumented.
Thank you, Rosa. So we're going to actually start off with Mustafa and then end with our own Jana Silverman. Mustafa, do you have 1 minute? Any comments on those issues that were raised?
Yeah, so in terms of the questions brought up and the comments, is I start off about the question in terms of social responsibility and social rights, and fundamentally agree with what Rosa was saying, right? That the question is that if workers don't actually have the same rights, if they don't have the same rights to unemployment insurance, to healthcare, to open work permits, to freely choose their employers in the countries that they're working in, then employers will actually think twice, right? And governments would actually begin to think twice about how they're going to treat migrant workers, because it would actually give them the same rights as native born workers. And so that becomes fundamental, right? And it becomes actually a large stream of income, as you know, for states like Canada, right, where workers actually have the same responsibility. They actually have to pay into the same tax system, to the same social, they pay employment insurance, but migrant workers here don't actually have access to employment insurance because they're seasonal, because they're meant to go home, because they're on closed work permits. So they're not actually seeking other jobs. And so the question fundamentally that goes back to and is circular migration, which was brought up. And this is something that, I mean, the glue should really take on, because this is something, when we talk about regulated migration, circular migration is what's being promoted by the Global Compact on Migration and Development. It's what's being promoted by the UN right now, right? That here's a form of regulated labor migration that would benefit both labor exporting countries and labor importing countries, right? And not to, I know that was the economistic term that Rosa was trying to move away from, but fundamentally, we have to look at the conditions that why are people being driven to migration, right? Why are entire countries now that this is no longer about a question of migration and development, but now fundamentally the financialization of migration, the integration of whole economies in the global south is premised on not exporting commodities or goods or services, but their entire populations, right? Egypt, Nigeria, Philippines are all fundamentally now building their economies and building their societies on fundamentally sending their people away, breaking their communities, breaking their populations. So I think we need to go back to the questions of the deeper questions of our global economy and what's driving migration. On the question of Amazon and how to best organize Amazon workers, as even a former Amazon worker myself, and I think, you know, what we just saw in Staten Island was history, right? And what happened in Staten Island was truly the David and Goliath moment, right? And it showed sort of the creativity of marginalized workers, of racialized workers, right? Of mostly a Black and immigrant workforce taking on one of the largest corporations in the world. Through what? Through a heat lamp at a bus stop for 10 months, right? And the tenacity to find ways to organize, that it wasn't simply about, and what's important about the ways in which migrant workers are organizing, and this should be complementary to the ways in which organizing models in you know, the larger trade unions, and I'll wrap on this, is that for migrant workers, it's not a question of dues. It's not a question of what are our financial resources or our economic resources to actually to organize. There's fundamentally just a necessity to organize, right? So it's not about how costly will an organizing campaign of really exploitable, invisible, marginalized workers cost our union, and what will be the outcome later on, right? No, it's fundamentally about defending people's rights and finding the ways in which they're effective then to organize. So I think Amazon serves as a model, and what happened in Staten Island, what happened in Minneapolis with the Alwood Center with Somali migrant workers in Amazon, what's happening in places like Italy, is that fundamentally people are going to organize. Are we going to stand with them or not? And are we going to be willing as a union movement to be adaptive to the conditions that we're confronted with, and not be beholden to our models, and not just to our models, but how we allocate our resources within the union movement, as opposed to trying to see short-term outcomes, as opposed to the larger picture.
Thank you, Mustafa. And sorry to cut you off. We're just trying to finish this session. Jana, you have 1 minute. 1 minute.
Well, I feel like the women should get at least as much as the men. So I think, you know, in terms of just trying, but also, you know, to respect people's time to have a break. In terms of, you know, how do we, I think it's very difficult to defeminize care work. In fact, we know, you know, the gendered occupational segregation and how that reproduces, you know, unpaid reproductive work that's linked to, you know, the reproduction of capitalism itself since its foundation. So it's not an easy question, something easy to turn around. But I think the first thing we can do is make sure fight for all countries to ratify Convention 189, make sure domestic workers and all care workers have equal rights under national, international labor law. I also think in the issue of social security schemes, we should look to examples, for example, in Latin America, you see Uruguay and Argentina, which count the years that women spend doing unpaid reproductive work at home as part of their contributions to public social security programs. So that's an example that we should look to. And then I also think, building on sort of what Rosa was talking about, we should look to the government as an employer of last resort for care work to strengthen the care infrastructure that we so desperately need in all of our countries. We need government to come in and start providing public childcare, public elder care, public kitchens. You know, this is not a dream. This is possible. If we can spend it on weapons, we can spend it on care. And then I think just to really close out, I'm trying to stick to my 1 minute, you know, speaking as a woman worker, a single mom working through this pandemic, you know, I've heard enough about resilience. Everyone's like, we're so resilient. Let's keep being resilient. We need to move from resilience to resistance. We need to think about the example from the Amazon workers in Staten Island who just unionized, to the hundreds of young, many LGBTQ plus Starbucks workers unionizing for the first time in the United States, to domestic workers and app workers going on strike in the middle of a pandemic all through the global South. So this needs to be our motto going forward, from resilience to resistance. Thanks very much.
Sticking to 1 minute. Thank you, Jana. Thank you, everyone. All these powerful women speaking and all the other contributions as well. On that note, we're going to end the session. We have a 12-minute break. We're going to come back right at 10:30, and then we're going to start our next session. So everyone, enjoy your break, and thank you for these amazing interventions today.
Thank you, Becky. Great job.
Hey, Mark.
What?
Yeah, how are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Hey, Christoph.
Yeah. Get ready for our session. Last minute. See, Christy is with us. Natalia. Christy, welcome, Natalia. Is Kamal connected?
At Lira, I will take you as the third person. I will first take the two after another, and then the trade unionists speak, and then you come. And at the end of your talk, you can bring in the video, I believe, huh?
It's up to you. If you
I think that's good. Would be.
Okay, that's great.
It's just a 5-minute video, right?
Less than 4 minutes.
Oh, less than 4.
50. All right, that's great.
It's almost like an elevator, an old elevator.
An elevator talk, yeah. Yeah, I think it should be fine because we're only 3 tracks on this session, not 4. Yeah.
I'll ask David then to play it right after I speak. I communicated with him, but perhaps when he's back, I just send him an email. Good, thank you.
Or even in the participant chat directly to him. Very relaxing music, Mirko. Your selection.
Not me. I cannot take any of the credits for this one.
I was impressed with the movement behind, that it is so well recorded and goes on.
Uma, as I see you now, I have already a little attack on you. Together with Marcel van der Linden, I will bring out a handbook on decent work. And the gig economy, I thought that you would be a perfect author. And you have lots of time, so you don't have to do that within the next days, but next year.
Okay.
Okay, you'll get an email. We just got the contract. So it's all extremely fresh, but I thought that once I see you here on screen, that I would question you right away.
Sure. Mirko, I've been enjoying reading your work, especially in Africa.
And when do we start, actually?
Supposed to be on that half hour.
I think we are at 4:30.
Oh, we really keep the half hour?
Well, yeah, this is the thing, because we did, it was a short break, so maybe we just get another couple of minutes. Yeah, what do you think, Mirko?
Yeah, I think we have Christy and Kemal already here.
Natalia's also, I saw her.
Yeah, so I think maybe, next minute or so we should start, yeah.
We have our Spanish translation set up, right? Okay, Christoph, I think we're ready if you are. Huh?
Okay, well then, I welcome everyone to the second plenary. Greetings from Berlin. I'm Christoph Scharrer and teach at Kassel University. We have a wonderful panel. We have 3 tracks that will be then briefly summarized here by Uma Rani from the ILO, Mark Anna from Penn State, and Edlira Chava from our CLUE Online Academy. And we'll start with Uma, and she is a real expert on the topic itself. And so I think we can be very happy to have her to report on that track. Uma, it's your turn.
Yeah, thanks, Christoph. It's a real honor for me to be here, and especially after some powerful speakers this morning, rather early this afternoon here, and which has been very impressive. I'd like to thank Edlira, who helped along with me to organize this track initially. And I'd also like to thank the 3 panel sessions chairs and organizers, Shane, Melissa, and Paolo, who did a great job organizing this particular session. And finally, Alex Wood, who actually chaired yesterday 2 sessions and did a great job actually getting the conversation going in that session. In all, I'd like to report that we had 4 fascinating panel discussions over the past 4 days, and a lot of rich information and rich insights at the country level, coming straight from the unions, coming from researchers who've been doing this work and getting incredible insights about what's happening with platform economy. The focus has largely been around taxi platforms and to an extent around delivery platforms, but nevertheless, I think even jumping into one sector and having a very good understanding is something very, very important. Now, the things that we discussed is something we do know, but I think it came out much more forcibly about, the working conditions of the workers, regarding wages, social protection, the algorithmic management practices that control these workers, do not give them any sort of a flexibility that is often talked about, the issue around high commission rates, and also the whole issue around how workers are deactivated from the platforms without any reason. And finally, the gamification process that is utilized by these platforms along with the algorithm. Now, the other issues that came out, which were very interesting in my mind, were the challenges of organizing workers, which is often thought as being dispersed and competing. It took a completely different form as we went into the discussions over the 4 days. There was also this whole challenge around, whether you classify these workers as transport workers or IT workers. And depending upon this, again, there's an issue around who actually can unionize or to whom should they actually be going ahead and doing it. Then there are issues around the issue of global south versus global north. That was quite interesting. Now, I think we in our research have also shown, and this came out almost from most of the case studies, was that the issues of global south first rank pricing, then comes the whole issue around commission fees, and then comes the whole issue around the issue of flexibility and the freedom that they would like to have from work. And I think the entire debate that is there in the global north around employment relationship is somehow coming into the fore much more recently than before. So this is, around this is where the entire discussion gets organized. And what we see is that because of the working conditions getting worse, and this is more recent because, one has to understand that platforms, especially the taxi and the delivery platforms, have tried to attract many of these taxi drivers by providing them a lot of incentives and providing them a lot of high pay when they try to get them within the platform. And over a period of time, these perks, these bonuses, these incentives decline. And that's when the entire process of algorithm, gamification, and all comes into place. And I think there's increasing consciousness among workers, especially in the global south now, where they see that their fares are coming down, their earnings are coming down, they're not able to get any bonuses and incentives. They are being gamified in this entire process by the platforms. So because of that, the growing consciousness that has come about of organizing. What is very impressive to see is that since the beginning of the pandemic, Latin America alone, one of the papers, when the entire session, which was focused on that, they came about showing how 200 such strikes had been, or protests had been organized in Latin America between July and December 2020, and how 120 of them were transnational. So it's not even restricted to Latin America, but it is much more global. Now, what came out very clearly, which was very fascinating to see, is that these organizations or worker protests or strikes that are being organized, they're not necessarily by the unions. In Latin America alone, 78% of them are actually informal associations. So what you see, which is not surprising because Global South has always had informal workers. They've always had informal worker associations, informal workers organizing. So you see those strategies being adopted within the taxi delivery sector, where overwhelmingly you have informal associations, groups, communities, cooperatives that have come in and are actually organizing these workers and fighting for the rights with regard to the working conditions. Now, there's also certain exclusive associations which only look at certain groups of workers, or they're more inclusive where they cater to a whole range of workers. But I think what's interesting to see is that there are different groups that are working together trying to improve the working conditions. And one question that would come up is, have they been very effective or not? And this was quite fascinating to see that across regions, whether one is talking about Africa, Latin America, Asia, you find that the collective action has led to quite a lot of regulatory responses and improving the working conditions of the workers. So, many of them have been able to have dialogues with government authorities or the platform companies, or to lobby with lawmakers or take legal actions. And some of the concrete examples that you see, one of them was the Kenya case, where 2 strikes actually resulted in having a kind of a law which is now in discussion in Senate. Now, similarly, such acts have led to certain guidelines in India with regard to the taxi sector, or with regard to providing social security or access to data in some of the other Asian and Latin American countries. So very clearly you see that even though these are informal associations, or organizations, they are quite effective in pushing for their rights. I think one of the things that comes out by the end of this entire discussion is that this is a good beginning. A lot more needs to be done. How do we try to bring in traditional trade unions to take the cause of these new precarious workers across a range of sectors? Because I think this is not restricted to just taxi and delivery, but this is happening across a range of sectors. And if all of these workers are going to be tomorrow classified as IT workers, there are IT sector workers that are unionizing, very limited, but to what extent the sector workers can actually take it. The other question that comes up is how to make organizing much more inclusive so as to represent these workers. And finally, there are 2 points I'd like to make. There's a lot of discussion about how it is difficult to organize these workers. But I think the grassroots organizations have very clearly shown that digital tools and social media platforms can be used very effectively to organize these workers right from the grassroots. So, this is something which is very, very powerfully that can be used. The other thing that James actually yesterday talked about, which could be again a powerful instrument, is how to use the data much more actively to ensure that the working conditions of the workers can be protected. And finally, I'd like to conclude by saying that there's a lot of research that is out there. I think the question that we need to have for GLUE and moving forward, even from the ILO viewpoint, is how can we all work together, coordinate amongst ourselves, right at the stage of research design, to ask the right questions that can help in campaigning, that can help in advocacy, that can help in bringing about policy regulation at the global level. And I think with that, I'll stop and give more information during the discussion time. Thank you.
Uma, thank you very much also for the positive message that collective action does work. And it's only the question of how to get more of that. We'll turn to Mark Anand, who is well renowned as a researcher on global value chains. And so he's the perfect person to give us a report on the track on global value chains.
Thanks, Christoph, so much. So I've been following the global global supply chain track, which I thought was extremely rich and insightful. We actually had 5 panels on this track. Just to give you a sense of the breadth of this track, we covered air traffic controllers, maritime workers, and port workers. We examined strategic corporate research and campaigns in Finland, the Netherlands, and the UK. We looked at challenges of economic and social upgrading and development with examples from Germany, Brazil, India, and Africa in IT, the automotive, and the railroad infrastructure sectors. We had a fascinating discussion on union-led legal strategies for reshaping employment relations in the global economy. And finally, we explored enforceable worker rights agreements in global supply chains, the Bangladesh Accord, the COVID-19 pay-up campaign, the severance pay, and pay your workers campaigns for binding agreements. What we saw were common issues and problems. The use of the COVID pandemic crisis by employers and governments to increase the squeeze on workers in global supply chains. Governments suspending labor laws, such as in the case of Brazil and India. And this squeeze clearly disproportionately affects women, people of color, migrants, and other marginalized groups in society by caste or religious minorities. Research also showed in this track that global supply chains are not helping countries in the global south catch up. Danielle from PSI noted in Africa, $88 billion were lost in annual financial flows due to systemic tax evasion. And many of us had heard this before, and it still impacts me each time I hear it. 400,000 maritime workers were stranded at sea as countries welcomed the goods they brought in by their ships, but did not welcome the people who brought the goods. They were forced for months and months and months to stay on the ship. In all transport sectors, we heard of physical and mental pressure on workers. Maritime workers and air controllers noted that they saw increased suicide rates among their workers. And research on global workers in the garment sector during COVID found not only mass layoffs and reduced hours, but that 77% of garment workers or members of their families face malnutrition. In the midst of all this, we found successes. Strategic research and campaigns have proved effective in the Netherlands, UK, and Finland. We have the fight for 14 euros in the Netherlands. We're seeing activists brought together by traditional labor organizing and political activism. The need to fight not only abusive employers, but the need to target politicians and governments in order to change the rules of the game. Impactful research that is the result of union researchers and academics partnering and co-researching. I mentioned the maritime workers stranded at sea. The positive outcome of this long and inhumane process was a massive campaign, successful campaign by unions to vaccinate workers so that they could be accepted and get off ships, take breaks, and go home to their families. We discussed the need to be more strategic in organizing along the full supply chain, production, services, shipping, and warehouse and distribution centers. And as we were discussing this on Friday, we first, or at least I first heard news of the successful unionization vote at the Amazon facility in Staten Island, which Mustafa spoke about. In the garment sector, we discussed the successful COVID pay-up campaign in which US $22 billion was paid up in canceled orders, resulting in saving millions of jobs and wages. In the process, we discussed the crucial importance of scholar-advocate collaborative research. And we discussed worker-driven research projects that we're conducting in Honduras, where 44% of garment workers are now covered by collective bargaining agreements. So in this part, we're discussing how to make research more inclusive. And we have exciting new legal cases being pursued in terms of joint and several liability, bringing charges in South Asia against not only the suppliers, but the brands when they fail to pay wages and pricing to cover the cost of decent work. We discussed industrial policy as part of the answer to the failure of global supply chains. Industrial policies with trade union participation in the design of those policies. Finally, just to note, one of the air traffic controller unionists reflected, quote, "It's unfortunate that we have to go through these crises, but we come out stronger." So the challenges remain overwhelmingly, and there's so much more to do. All this suggests to me the need to deepen the work of the GLUE, to build better networks, to provide more training, deeper, stronger scholar union research collaboration. So I just came up with some thoughts for the trade union speakers who are going to go next. These are just general questions. Feel free to ignore them or pick up on pieces of them as you choose. But for Kamel and Christy, we've heard a lot on this track about the limits of CSR and the importance of binding agreements, which include the Accord, the Lesotho Agreement, and so on. People use different terms to describe these agreements: co-governance, enforceable brands agreements, et cetera. If I were to add my own suggestion to the mix, I'd refer to global binding agreements, because it seems like we need to build on what already exists, the global framework agreements. How do you see the work of binding agreements going forward? And how do we scale this work to cover more workers? What other mechanisms are you pursuing to address labor abuses in global supply chains? Are there legal strategies, such as model buyer-supplier contracts, joint liability cases that we might consider? Any other organizing models you're pursuing in global supply chain? For Natalia, training is a big part of what TUCA does. It is also a big part of what the GLUE does. What specific programs are you involved in related to global supply chains? And how might we work closer together and collaborate in the area of training? And in general, the question that's on my mind is the big part of the global supply chain track was the discussion about academic labor research collaborations. How do you see the role of research in your work, and how might we collaborate going forward as scholars and unionists with action-oriented research on workers' rights in global supply chains? Thanks.
Well, Mark, thanks a lot for already raising very important questions for our trade union panelists. And we have here three: Kemal Özkan, Assistant General Secretary of Industrial Law; Natalia Karau, Advisor on Labor and Environment of the Trade Union Confederation of the Americas. And she jumped in on a rather short notice. Thank you very much for joining us. And Christy Hoffman, General Secretary of UNI Global. So please go ahead and try to answer some of the questions that Mark just raised, but do not forget the gig economy, and tell us a little bit about how you are responding to the issues that Uma has raised. Kemal.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really delighted to be here. What we are discussing at the moment is at the center of the whole strategy as far as Industrial Global Union is concerned. And in our last Congress in September, and when we discussed our action plan, in each and every item, supply chain issue was the key word, buzzword. Actually, you said limits of CSR, and let me go a bit beyond. It is the failure of CSR, I can tell you. And, you know, these corporate social responsibility programs developed by companies, actually garment industry was particularly mentioned, rely largely on auditing and compliance to attempt to improve conditions in the factories that produce for them. These unilateral, voluntary, and non-binding efforts have overwhelmingly failed to improve wages and working hours or to ensure respect for workers' right to join a union. And I can tell you that so there are quite a number of different reports. I can quote one of them. It was saying that ultimately, the audit regime is working for corporations, but failing workers and even the planet, I can tell you, audits are an effective tool for detecting, reporting, or correcting environmental and labor problems in supply chains. And we need to be very clear that they enforce existing abusive business models and preserve the global status quo. And for the garment industry, when we look at the global garment supply chains, exploitative working conditions are standard. Workers work long hours, often far beyond legal limits, for poverty wages and in conditions that breach occupational health and safety standards. And we see continual downward price pressure over the companies that keeps wages low while their real value declines against inflationary increases. So now we make a kind of statement and we need to turn the whole system from voluntary to binding enforceable. Okay, saying that's good, but it is not sufficient. So from our side, we have two-fold strategy. The first fold is to create legally binding enabling environment. Enabling environment through instruments representing an opportunity to set enforceable global standards of so-called responsible business conduct that must end the impunity for corporate human rights abuses. As you know, it is very famous. If you ask further questions, we can elaborate it. Now, as the whole global union movement, we are fighting for a UN binding treaty on human rights. I think this is critically important, that we create a binding enabling environment at global level. And of course, at this point, I want to refer to one of the critical matters, particularly seeking justice for victims of all those right violations in the home country of the corporation concerned. And at this point, the concept of due diligence is critically important. This is why we are seeking regulatory measures that require all the businesses, all the companies to adopt and apply human rights due diligence policies and procedures. We set UN at international global level. It is good that there is now a regulation, a proposal for directive for EU. I believe it is important, even though we have some reserves for some of the points. And the third level is country level legislation. As you know, in 2017, there was this due diligence legislation in France. We have experience over the last 4 or 5 years. And now recently we have had German supply chain legislation. I believe it is important. And now we are in the process of working with our German comrades to prepare ourselves as the legislation will enter into effect as of 1st of January 2023. And now another one is with Norwegian Transparency Act. So the first part of the strategy is to create an enabling environment and through binding legislations at global level, at regional level, at national level. Indeed, at this point, under this categorization, I also need to refer to OECD, even though it is not binding, but it is the house where we work quite a lot for due diligence, for responsible business conduct, particularly for our sectors in garments, in extractive, in mining, minerals, then it gives us quite important guidance. At this point, lastly, I want to mention ILO. One would expect that ILO to be the center of this debate about supply chains. And unfortunately, even though there was a framework at the International Labour Conference in 2016, and there is no real progress out there. It is a shame. I believe for the new Director General, then it needs to be an important responsibility to make the ILO at the center of global supply chain discussions out there. Let me connect this enabling environment issue to due diligence. The concept of due diligence is quite important and critical. And first, to understand the notion of due diligence. I think at this stage, we are working quite a lot to make sure that our affiliates pick up the notion of due diligence. The question for us, how and why due diligence matters, and how to use due diligence in our actions, activities. I believe that due diligence now needs to be at the center of industrial relations. Industrial relations as it requires engagement with stakeholders, and we trade unions are the stakeholder representing labor. At this point, we have already started to include due diligence in our tools, in agreements, in identifying impacts and assessing impacts and risks and devising responses. And again, in industrial relations are form of stakeholder engagement when it comes to the due diligence. From that point of view, dear participants, I can tell you that it gives us opportunity for our core business, for union organizing, for collective bargaining, improvement of wages. Okay, the first block is creation of binding enabling environment. And then I try to identify what is happening in different levels out there. And the second bit is, okay, we have or we don't have any enabling environment, but what are we going to do? How are we going to operationalize it? At this point, global framework agreements have been mentioned, and this was also a very hard debate in our Congress. Because when we say a binding agreement, it refers to a one that is enforceable under a law. A legally binding agreement is enforceable in a court of law. So given the specific situation of global agreements, they are in general considered to be soft law, that is no breach can be taken to courts. And from that point of view, now our political position and direction is that we want to make all our global agreements binding and enforceable. Okay, when we say binding and enforceable, we refer to two issues here. The first thing I have negotiated quite a number of global agreements. The first thing we try to do is to make a reference to national legislations of home countries of the companies. And I can tell you that quite a percentage of the agreements we have signed, there is a specific reference to the legislation of the country where the company is headquartered. This is something important because in some countries, when there is that reference and that agreement is considered to be a kind of collective agreement, that gives us opportunity. And the second thing we are trying to do, colleagues, comrades, dear participants, to put binding dispute resolution mechanisms in the global agreement. And when we say dispute resolution, then indeed the first step is a kind of social dialogue. Then afterwards, we refer to mediation, we refer to arbitration, and also we refer to judiciary process. And in all our agreements, at least I can refer to one of them or a couple of them, mediation, arbitration, or judicial process. And in the latest ones, I can tell you that we have already managed to insert the provision that we can take any breach to judiciary process. I believe it is something important. And when it comes to the supply chains, we have two types of global agreements. One type is with main companies, like big auto companies having 500,000 employees. The agreement is valid for them, but at the same time, we have put provisions with the engagements for the supply chains. And then I can tell you that all our global structures, like global works councils or global networks, world works councils, now they have started to work on how the worker side is involved in supply chain matters with risk analysis, with addressing the issues, conflicts in the supply chains. And I can tell you that particularly in automotive supplier sectors, and then we use our power in organizing the workers in the automotive supply chain. I think this is an important strategy as far as we are concerned. And the second type of global agreements that we have, dear participants, and specifically focusing on supply chains that are overwhelmingly in garment industry. And there are big brands having around 2 million people in their supply chains, 4,000 or 5,000 suppliers. And then we bring the issues related to traceability, transparency, accountability, and also mechanism of conflict resolution in different supply chain locations. So that is the direction that the global industrial relations, I can tell you, particularly through global framework agreements, continue. In the meantime, perhaps a couple of minutes more, if you allow me, just to complete the picture out there, and making and creating new type of partnerships. It is not a traditional one company, one the global union, but also bringing too many actors out there. This Bangladesh Accord, now International Accord, is out there, and uni and industry all, we are working very closely. I presume my good sister Christy will refer to that. In the meantime, I can also refer to another one. We call it ACT. This is an initiative that Industrial Global Union has developed with more than 20 garment brands for bringing collective bargaining tool to increase wages to a living level. This is something important. And right now we are also working another initiative and partnership for social protection particularly it is an important issue during COVID period. All our members suffered quite a lot from lack of health and losing income and jobs. So this is why we also try to bring a new dimension with social protection in garment industry. One last thing I should mention here, if there are further questions, we can work on it, we can discuss it. That is the newly developing area of environmental, social, and governance performance of companies. That includes quite a number of labor-related issues. Then that is also having a kind of potential for us to develop leverages as far as trade unions are concerned. Let me stop here. I just try to draw a kind of the big picture about where we are, and I'm sure there will be some questions later on, and then we can continue to discuss.
Well, thank you very much for this informative talk on what industrial oil will do concerning supply chains. And we do have some further trade unionists, and perhaps Natalia, do you want to follow now?
Just a reminder, we have translation. Natalia nos escucha, que no está el micrófono, Natalia.
No, es que no escuché que seguía yo, por eso no lo vi.
Sorry, I missed the fact that it was my turn. I did not know if it was my turn. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. I represent the syndicate for the Union of the Employees of the Americas, for the International Syndicate. Barbara Figueroa, who is the director of the Sustainable Development, cannot be here with us at the moment. She is about to leave her position in order to become an ambassador in Chile. And with that position, I am here with you today. I am the political advisor for CCA. I am not really a union leader, and it's good for you to know that. There is a great temptation now to talk about most of what you panelists have said so far and how we can connect that to the questions that you posed, Mark. I would like to refer to a few topics in order to explain to you where we are here in the Americas. We have a proposal regarding the sustainable development that places decent work at the core, which is a proposal that actually interacts with four pillars: the economic, social, environmental, and political. And this sustainable politics process discusses the need and urgency to debate about the production and consumption model that we have today in the capitalist structure, with all the inequalities and the oppression that we suffer, and the role of transnational companies and the way in which companies organize and control global production actually create the central axis for that type of development. And how so? Well, first, we place power on transnational or international companies, and they have been the players that today control and organize production through global production chains. And with that, they also control regulation and legislation that are being implemented in their favor. That lookout on global production chains allows us to pay attention who are those workers that are connected to those chains, those who are both visible and invisible. And we know that many of them work in those chains, but who are not recognized as workers of those companies. And however, they continue to do that under non-sanitary conditions and with no respect to their rights and with no social security, and they work in precarious conditions. They work informally, and that diversity of our employees is not being well represented by the unions, which is basically a problem. And that brings me to a second topic that has to do with how we are working on dealing with these problems. The fourth Congress we had on 2021 actually proposed 5 ideas: collective negotiation, global production chains, attacks to the democracy, the environment and work, and social protection. Those 5 pillars are also related to transversal ideas. And here we have the challenge. The organization and transformation of unions is a transversal priority that actually appears in all these topics and pillars that I just mentioned. The union education is also a priority, as well as the union communication. So we have certain ideas that go through those other pillars that are being implemented in each task and in each plan we have. There is the recognition that unions in the region, and that becomes evident, they are not being able to organize all employees, not those who are organized in those global production chains, but also those who are in those other platforms. And the employees have changed, and that is different from actually the ones that were usually represented by unions. And unions need to notice that reality, face it, and transform it. Transform the way in which they reach out to those employees and the way in which they relate to communities. Because we have employees, workers in communities that are not acknowledged as part of the labor force. And we also need that type of a strategy, reach out to other communities and types of movements. And within the education, we actually need to check those transversal needs in an integrated and organized manner. We need to organize workers, and that implies per se their education. We need to work with them by educating them with certain learning that interprets their knowledge as an important input, which is indispensable for their education. Workers are the ones who know more about their reality in their workplace. They are the ones who have a clear idea of the rights that are being violated. And they can tell us about their behavior and then eventually explain and describe the center of operations in their companies. Of course, they are farther away from recognizing where are the headquarters, which is actually the one that's making the decisions about their conditions. And I think it's indispensable for us to have those alliances. We were working in the past with the Global Labor University, and we've had interaction regarding those topics, and we have been working in the last 5 to 8 years by offering priority to that, and we have gone through several phases, and we've faced different realities which are far from the ideal scenario, because the unions are actually disconnected from the reality of those chains, and they do not really have basic unions in those chains. So we needed to start from scratch, and starting from scratch allowed us to have a good balance at the moment. We have organized educational process. At least 2 of them were very important, that wanted to explain to workers what are the chains in an integrated manner, and also in an easy way to explain to them this phenomenon, to explain that to unions which are far removed from this reality. We were also working with the organization of investigation and work that could have that idea of what a union is in order for them to organize themselves together with workers. And what you said, Mark, is essential, because we do not necessarily have the academic investigation which is offering an answer, a response to the permanent needs of workers, because it's not always that we handle the same type of language. It's not always that we always handle the level of information for us to understand that type of paper or work. And the GLU can play that essential role in order to continue to play ball in that arena. And more recently, which is also part of the priorities we have in the society, we created the Americas Observatory, which is a tool to observe the workplace from the regional perspective and also from the worker's perspective. And through that observatory, we have been developing investigation, publication, bulletins, and reports that can actually take care of the input we need in order to develop organizational strategies for workers. So we have papers regarding the working conditions in global chains that are present in the region, that are not necessarily the same ones or the same that are part of the focus in the north of the globe. We have the more precarious links in the chain here in the south, and we have lots of difficulties to reach those workers because they are not only not organized in unions, but also they are absolutely removed from the chain. They work in exportation areas, they work under bad conditions as we can see in many other regions in the south.
So these reports, this research that we're developing, that we hire specific consultants, help us to focus our efforts. But there's a lot of gaps. So in the platform economy, we don't have knowledge of a systematized, let's say, record of experiences in the region. They are organized, but they are organized outside the unions in networks to mobilize and have strikes, even international strikes, as has been mentioned during the pandemic. I think Oma mentioned this, a concrete experience in the Americas. This happened, but they are outside of the union structures that we have. And this is a problem because we need to transform the unions with the experiences and the structures we already have. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We have to use the structures and transform them to make them really represent, truly represent the sensitivities, the needs of the current working class, which is different from what was organized in the mid-20th century. It's completely different. So the platform economy is a clear challenge for us, and there are many opportunities there. One has to do with education. The other one has to do with trying to make unions take on this challenge of transformation. And then there's a lot of resistance regarding the normative framework, so how unions can achieve through the current legislation how to organize these new workers, these new members of the working class. Are there impediments or not? So does the legislation have to change? What are the changes? And this is not something that unions control, but they can always agitate and at least point out what are the changes that would be necessary to be able to bring the platform workers, the outsourced workers, the subcontractors who lack fundamental working rights, and to bring them within the union structure. So at least to be able to point out what are the gaps. Another challenge is the internal structures that unions have. So unions should look at themselves in the mirror and say, as structures, how can we change to be able to better organize these workers? Not just the platform economy, the platform workers, but also the environmental discussions. So just transition, we also have work, buildup of work on this question. The priority is arriving in the countries and unions through corporations, through governments, but unions are not yet ready to offer responses. They haven't internalized the environmental question to be able to make sure that it's included in their work right across the board. So again, there are informations there. So there are local unions that don't know what is happening with Just Transition, the government plan. And there's a lot of work to do to bring people and unions closer to this discussion. And new workers need to be protagonists in this discussion. So Latin America and the Caribbean are arriving quite late at this discussion because there's millions of other things happening in our region that have to do with the 20th century discussions regarding democracy and the attack on unions, whether to be a unionist is a synonymous of running a risk of your life, or the pandemic has been used to reduce jobs, so affecting lives and livelihoods. So this whole violence that is something that is present in the daily lives of workers and unionists in our region. So I want to return to the issue of the challenges just to conclude, because it seems that this discussion, the question of the regulation of transnational corporations and their value chains, there's a need to cut through and have a north-south outlook, and then the perspective changes a bit. It's necessary in this work of alliances. We can look at the global south. So part of the challenges that we face at global level in this discussion have to do with how transnational corporations are regulated and the role of unions in this regulation. So fundamental, what was the evaluation of the instruments that exist and that we have used to regulate and to make sure that workers, that corporations are accountable for violations. So the instruments we do have are not effective enough to repair the damage. And we continue using this, but we need to advance in to have agreements that are truly binding. In this discussion about the compulsory nature of these agreements, the fundamental working rights are compulsory. They already are, and they have a character, a global normative character that the corporations have to respect them. So what happens that they don't? What makes them not respect them? So corporations have to be responsible, and so we need to find a balance to make sure that agreements are effective. Regarding due diligence, it's problematic because it's not, from our point of view, not necessarily, we don't believe that the introduction of due diligence as a concept and as a perspective can solve the problem that we have, that the companies do not abide by their responsibilities. It's very important to be able to interact about how we look upon this question from different perspectives, southern, northern. Otherwise, we run the risk of introducing due diligence perspective in a compulsory fashion in all the agreements. And not necessarily this will be the solution from our point of view of our region. We are a little critical about this tendency, this trend, because it's not a response. It's a response about the means and not so much about the ends. But it's also a political discussion of how it is that companies can truly be made accountable for the violation of human beings that they commit. So the TUCA is part of this discussion. We bring our contribution from our region, which is different from other regions. And we believe that this is a space and a challenge, but also an opportunity to talk, to speak from our point of view, from our perspective, from where we're standing, to be able to provide responses. I want to conclude by saying that we have every interest in continue to interact with GLU. In our view, it's an opportunity to bring about synergies. It seems to be important to think jointly about the needs of investigation, of research, what data we need to systematize to give them back in terms of a political strategy for unions, of course, building it with them. Our basis, our rank and file are the different central bodies of different countries, and we want to bring them data to show there's a reality here, there are these numbers, these sectors, this kind of working conditions are present in XYZ sector, and this is where and how you can organize. We want to do this jointly, of course, because we don't have the capacity, the legs and arms to do it. So we could potentialize our joint efforts. So our door is open for this conversation, also to talk about our roadmap, which is a global challenge, but our region has a certain form, a certain coloring, and to share all the strategies with everyone present here, but especially with GLUE, it's essential to make our strategies more effective. I conclude here. I want to thank you once again for the opportunity to share our experience. Thank you.
Thank you to you, Natalia, for sharing your perspective from Latin America. And we might come back to this issue of due diligence, but first we should listen to Christy Hoffmann. Please share your thoughts with us.
Thanks very much for the invitation to join you. Let me try to go back to the questions presented by the original speakers, Uma and Mark, I can't, both of the other speakers have covered a great deal of the stuff that's going on in connection with due diligence and other topics and how we structure ourselves as a global union. But I just want to drill down on a few more of these topics. And the first question on platform workers is, should they be considered IT workers or, drivers, delivery, food in commerce? And we represent IT workers as well in UNI. And all I could say is, I don't think there should be any question. They are not IT workers. They are drivers. They are taxi drivers. They are, in our case, we represent food commerce workers. We believe some of these workers belong in, as attached to the grocery store for which they deliver food, because that is their natural home. Years ago, the grocery store had their own delivery people. Now they contract them out. But as in any, and perhaps taxi drivers were always a little bit more independent, but so many of these platform workers are in the supply chain or the value chain of a larger company for which they actually provide services. And I don't think we should fall for the nomenclature, the gig workers, or the sharing economy. That's really out now. No one says that anymore, but I do think we should just recognize them, that they are, workers in whatever capacity assigned by an algorithm. We may all be algorithmic managed at some point. I could be an IT worker, So I think that classification issue is no to IT. And then the question is, do they belong in logistics, or do they belong in wherever their other home might be? I do see that unions are having that debate. There are increasingly in unions, an increasing number of unions that are looking at the platform delivery drivers, in particular in groceries and food commerce. We have these dark stores opening up around Europe, which are basically normally in urban areas where you can get your groceries delivered really quickly by platform workers. Part of the business model is they don't have to pay the platform workers anything for the delivery, or very, very little. And I think that needs to be taken up with the grocery stores that are running those operations. And that's really what our plan would be in across continents, not only in Europe, but that's where it's popped up recently. And our postal workers are organizing platform workers in Canada. And again, I know our commerce workers are organizing grocery delivery workers in Argentina. And in Switzerland recently, the SMOOD workers were self-organizing, and they were embraced and supported by UNIA, which is the big private sector union here. So I do see that's an increasing phenomenon, which is great. We just have to break through some of the legal barriers to bringing unions into unions, which they seem to be able to at least expect they can do that in Argentina. But there is the self-employed barrier to unionizing, to joining a union, that exists in many countries. So I think that's really, we're not experts on platform workers, but I think that we see a lot of positive stuff happening, along with all the challenges of how do you clear up the fact that they are, in fact, they should be treated as workers when it comes to delivering food for a grocery store. And actually the new European legislation looks like it's going to address some of that. And the Spanish legislation was great about negotiating around the algorithm. So there's lots to be happy about in that space. or at least optimistic about. Now, then on Mark's point about these binding agreements and how do we get to scale, Kemal, I mean, we try for our global agreements to be binding, and many of them are. However, I can't really say that the opportunities we've had to enforce these agreements through binding mechanisms have presented themselves, both because it tends to be we'll go to an arbitrator, but we don't really have an arbitration system set up. And the ILO really offers mediation, not arbitration. And so we end up settling problems in a different, less forceful way, mostly. We are moving towards having binding global agreements. We're about to sign another one within a matter of days. We are moving towards embedding a better arbitration mechanism in our agreements. We created, coming out of the Accord, where we use the Accord arbitration mechanism to litigate, to arbitrate against two big brands. We had that experience where we used the rules for commercial arbitration in a labor setting. And it was very, a big awakening for me as a labor lawyer. I'm used to having labor arbitration that's very fast and trimmed down and not super expensive. And the commercial arbitration was very like a gift for corporate lawyers, is the way I would look at it. And we could only afford to do this arbitration because we had pro bono lawyers, and they gave us probably $2 million worth of services, something absurd. So after that, we decided together in our supply chain justice fund that we have together with Industrial to create a new set of rules, which we have launched, called International Labor Conciliation and Arbitration rules, that are a trimmed down version of the Hague rules for business and human rights. And we are going to negotiate those rules into our global agreements. And then we would have an arbitrable mechanism. Now, we hope still that it's the exception rather than the rule, that you go to arbitration. Like any labor agreement, you don't want to arbitrate your you don't want to, arbitrate all your disputes. It's still expensive. You still have to, have a process and so on. But I do think having a binding mechanism in any agreement is going to ensure a far better ability to enforce the agreement. I mean, so we're really putting effort into making this mechanism more common. Now, not every company wants to agree to a binding global agreement. So the question is, do we sign it or not? And we've signed agreements that don't have binding. They have mediation or something else, but we're moving more and more towards binding. And so I think that kind of falls into the same category as the other agreements that you're talking about. I also think that setting aside the debate about due diligence, I mean, I do agree with Kemal that offers a big opportunity for us to get binding agreements, because in fact, just like the Accord, it's a binding agreement, but it's incentivized because this due diligence rules are around the corner for some of these employers. They need a credible option to make sure that their health and safety is taken care of in some countries at high risk. So do we expand that out if we want to talk about getting to scale? Can we take the Accord model and apply it to 200 brands at a time on other issues beyond safety? And that's one of the questions we'll be putting to a working group that we'll have on due diligence within the framework of the Accord, because the brands need more support on due diligence. This is a legal requirement coming around the bend. And so can we embed that with a a binding element? Or the grievance mechanisms that have to be adopted in Germany next year? Can we look at these grievance mechanisms and make sure there's external grievance resolution with a binding characteristic? And these are all the big challenges in terms of really putting some teeth into both due diligence, but also understanding for a lot of employers that see their due diligence requirements that they have to have an agreement with teeth in order to satisfy their needs. So I think now in terms of what we're, so that's on the level of rules. And I see a lot of opportunities right now, and we're really trying to consolidate all of our efforts together so that across multiple sectors with multiple employers, we have employers asking us, like, what should our grievance mechanism look like? And, you know, we need to be like all going towards the same agenda. You know, beyond the sort of changing the rules piece, we do have our own organizing efforts in the value chain. Our biggest one right now, I mean, we represent outsourced workers, call centers, security guards, cleaners. I mean, we're always in the value chain of, and not always, but in some sectors. Our biggest campaign right now outside of Amazon is Teleperformance, which involves 400,000 call center workers, almost all. It's a French company. Almost all of them are out of France in very low wage industries, quiet as it's kept. Most people don't know this. It's the largest private sector employer in Colombia. Very poor treatment. The clients are high tech, a lot of tech companies. So we're using a lot of tools to get in, you know, hopefully tame Teleperformance, including campaigns in 20 countries, meeting with investors, all kinds of different tools. I won't go through the whole campaign, but I think we can't forget in the value chain, there's also service workers and in large numbers. And call center workers are, you know, half of them are going to be working from home. It's a reversion to like homework in the sense that they're sitting on their, you know, suitcases or at the kitchen table doing, you know, intense work and paid on a piece rate. I mean, that's just one of the, you know, huge challenges that we have to face in that industry. But you know, we haven't looked so much at clients. I mean, we have, but, you know, it's without, you know, a binding requirement on the clients to, it hasn't been the easiest approach with Teleperformance, you know, the private clients, I must say. So I think there are legal strategies that might be successful, a joint employer strategy. Some of these clients dictate everything about the conditions for those workers, what security agreements they have to have, what they're allowed to have on the desk. So there is a joint employer strategy that could potentially work, but you know, they're in different countries. It's complicated. That could be a legal area that I think is worth really exploring, because a lot of the clients are quite particular about all the needs that they have, and they do their own training and so on. So we see that is really pervasive in tech. They contract out, you know, all kinds of things. And when you look at the Google workers in the US, they have prevailed on joint employer strategies. When they've argued that their contractor actually was jointly employed by Google, they won that case. And I think that could be interesting if you move that out to like a Colombia or the Philippines and talk about a joint employer relationship with those workers in the Philippines. That's 5 million workers, you know, and so that's a really interesting strategy that I think is worth pursuing. And, you know, there's so many other areas that Kemal touched on that are relevant right now, but I do think like drilling down to make all of these elements as, I don't want to use the word bulletproof, but they have to be, you know, they have to have teeth, and we don't want to put a lot of effort into another regime of CSR, you know, that's just fake and auditing. And we don't want to use some of these supply chain mechanisms as a way to enrich the audit companies. And that's another thing that I think we as unions need to be doing, which is to set up a watchdog function on the audit companies. Because right now, you know, we're talking to employers all the time. Where do you do your risk assessment? They don't do their risk assessment. They have to do a risk assessment in France, and they're going to have to do, they're starting in Germany. They contract out to Maplecroft. I don't have anything against Maplecroft, but are they the ones for the whole world that it's going to tell every company where they have risks? And that's it. I mean, you know, I think we have to be on top of it and get in early and not wait until 5 years from now and say, oh, the audits, you know, are terrible, which they are. And last thing is, I will say our Teleperformance campaign, they said there's no problem. We're rated every year Great Place to Work. And so we actually commissioned a study on Great Place to Work. And of course they found that you just pay, and, you know, I mean, it's a total fake designation, Great Place to Work. And they ask a few questions by text message. And if people don't say they have problems, you know, it really isn't a valid way to say Great Place to Work. But no, we need to be doing that on more of these audit companies because they're heavily, they've been so enriched by the French law de vigilance. I mean, we know a lot of our French employers, they just, oh, you got a problem, call in the audits. And it's really not the intention, and there's no legal like oversight over this whole process. So I would just throw that out there as something else that we want to give some thought to. So I'll stop there. I know there's a whole nother topic that's on the agenda. So thanks.
Well, Christy Hoffmann, thank you very much, and also for the call to be watchful concerning the auditors. Uma and Mark, do you want to quickly respond to the three interventions before we let Adlira talk?
I don't really have much because I think I can agree with what Christy said on, they opening it up and being more inclusive into their approach. I'd just like to comment on what George has put in there about, a criminalization of what happens with unions. And I think we did hear quite a bit about it in some of the sessions, especially in Africa, about, how union leaders or union members can be murdered and all of that. And I think in that case, what can ILO do is ILO does have a committee on freedom of association where, such cases can be, you can send in a complaint and the committee actually examines such complaints. And then if it decides to take it up, then it gets into a process of discussion with the member country government and organizations to try to find a way out as to what needs to be done. But this is an issue that is quite prevalent in many of the Latin American, African, and some of the Asian countries also. There's a second point I do want to make, and that refers to what Christy said about, how the Postal Worker Union in Canada has tried to take the case of the Foodora, which led to the exit of the Foodora in Canada very clearly. And so with the smooth workers in Switzerland, where the union was quite involved. I think the question is, in Europe, in the US, there is some attempt to do that, but this is not necessarily the case in the developing countries, the global south, where union membership and union representation is already low. I think in that context, where workers are precarious, where they are part of the informal economy, and where informal economy organizations or grassroots organizations have come in, I think the question there is much more how traditional unions can actually work with them and bring their causes much more to the courts and other places. I think that becomes very, very important. I think there's much more embracing of unions to take on many of these activities and to fight for such workers becomes very important. And I think I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thanks. And Mark, any comment?
Actually, no, I thought the responses were just absolutely fantastic. I deeply appreciate the level of detail and the amazing work that's being done. Just one thought, though, I do want to say, Christoph, I think if they have the thank yous in the final session, I think we can go 10 minutes past the hour. If Mirko and the others agree, we have 5 minutes each for you, so we'd have 20 minutes for the final session. So just to give Adlira a little bit more time. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, well then, Adlira, finally, your turn.
Greetings, everyone, and thank you very much for staying until the end. I imagine it's quite exhausting, but please bear with me, because at the Just Transition track, we had passionate and inspiring discussions about ongoing struggles and visions for the future. These are taking place against complex challenges where the urgency of dealing with the environmental crisis and the price tag attached to it are used to advance policies and programs which expand capital opportunities for profit accumulation and hinder the processes of meaningful just transition. Often such policies are not consulted with workers and communities who feel their immediate needs for jobs and livelihoods are at great danger from this transition. Meanwhile, the uneven impact of the environmental crisis on different groups of workers and communities, as well as corporate-generated misinformation, contribute further to the jobs versus environment dilemma. Powerful unions in the fossil fuels industries also add to the complexity of the challenges. And yet, despite this extremely challenging environment, workers and trade unions are fighting back and in the process developing new ideas and imagining new futures. One level of struggle is responding to immediate challenges such as government policies for transitioning. In our panels, this covered the struggles of transport workers in the Philippines and mine workers in Germany who are managing to negotiate a just transition, as well as waste pickers in Argentina and Brazil. Regardless of differences, these cases underline the importance of bottom-up organizing and mobilization of workers, communities, and other social movements for a strong just transition outcome, which goes beyond green and better jobs to include issues of workers' voice in policy making, but also of industrial democracy that is giving workers control over the labor process. Where successful, this bottom-up organizing has involved connecting to workers beyond the workplace as members of communities. The struggles from the Global South highlight the leading role of informal workers and the importance of critically assessing the different cooperative models and the formalization processes. Finally, all the examples emphasize the need for mobilizing resources and for introducing structural changes to the existing model of production and of organizing services, which brings us to another level of struggle, which was discussed in the second panel. This includes examples of radical reforms, real utopias or utopian imaginations, all initiatives and experiments at different levels of materialization, seeking to introduce structural change, thus making possible tomorrow that which seems impossible today. This example suggests some key ideas and highlight key issues going forward. The fuori mercato, an intentional process of disengaging from the industrial food chain and of promoting food sovereignty and sufficiency in Italy, echoes the calls of solidarity economics from feminist economists such as Gibson Graham for a rereading of the economic landscape as a way of destabilizing the capitalocentrism representation of the economy. The ITF Maritime Just Transition Task Force, established in 2021, raises key questions regarding cross-sectoral changes, the nature of ownership and investment, the role of the state in the green industrial policy, and the mechanism for making shipping a global public good. A model of socially owned renewable energy proposed by NUMSA in South Africa is yet to materialize due to complex political conflicts within the union movement. Regardless, the discussions...
Elira, you need to slow down a little bit for the translator, please.
Okay, sure. Thank you, sorry for that. Regardless, the discussions around this model, which combines decentralization of production with community participation, have reignited the imagination and opened up critical conversations in the broader labor movement. Finally, ideas of infrastructure socialism involve shaping the economy from the perspective of social reproduction, challenging the existing consumption patterns by focusing instead on the necessary daily infrastructure on which we depend, made even clearer during the pandemic. These ideas called for a reconceptualization of work as not only decent, but also socially useful, a reduction of working time, and a comprehensive concept of work centered on demands for care. The probability of materialization of these visions and ideas depends heavily on the ability of labor to build power from below and to alter the balance of power and to link to progressive struggles within and across sectors and movements. Climate justice is about class justice, and mass participation would be critical. This is by no means a spontaneous process. It would require building spaces for dialogue and strategizing among labor, environmentalists, and communities to create pressure for policy change from the bottom up. To this end, the initiative of the GLU Online Academy may provide a blueprint for a political project of popular education in labor and environment. And Harry, may I please ask you to play the short video on this? Thank you. In April 2021, the GLU Online Academy launched the online course Just and Green Labor Ecological Question. The course, which features academics, trade unionists and environmentalists, takes a labor perspective on tensions and possibilities arising from the environmental crisis. The Online Academy also developed a global team of 47 online tutors and local trainers from 20 countries across the globe, from Argentina, Brazil, Peru, Trinidad and Tobago and the US, to Bangladesh, Cambodia, India, the Philippines and Vietnam, and from Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, Zambia and Zimbabwe, to Austria, Germany, Serbia, Switzerland and Turkey. These trainers have organized nearly 60 localized events, either online or face-to-face, reaching over 1,100 participants from trade unions, communities and environmental movements across all sectors, including agriculture, extractive industries, government, as well as the public sector such as health, waste management and transport.
These events show a real concern on the ground with the uneven impact of the environmental crisis on informal and precarious workers, workers in extractive industries, and the poor. As mentioned in one of the workshops in Bangladesh, the environment matters greatly for people living in poverty, and the poor are the most affected by the environmental degradation due to their vulnerability and the high dependence on natural resources. These events also indicate a wide variation in the level of awareness about the just transition concept, from hearing it for the first time to having a solid understanding of it.
Fast forward to April 2022, we realized the potential of these workshops for setting in motion a political project of popular education on labor and environment, anchored on the concrete struggles of the people on the ground. In Trinidad and Tobago, the workshop was transformed into a political event, halting a just transition government bill which was not consulted with labor and opening up a broad conversation with over 150 unionists on a progressive just transition from a labor perspective.
More broadly, these events of popular education on labor and environment are helping to overcome the fear and challenge the corporate-generated misinformation about just transition. On the way, they are creating hope and empowering and transforming workers from victims to actors of just transition. By bringing together labor, environmental and community activists, these events are creating spaces for bridging academia and activism, but also for a dialogue over tensions and contradictions in the environmental justice movement. Finally, they have also become spaces of constructing knowledge collectively and of discussing strategies and broad alliances for a people-centered just transition. As a trainer from South Africa puts it, Just and Green Labor's Ecological Question online course is the first there is linking the science of climate change to debates around just transition and taking up problems of political strategy to build a climate justice movement predicated on the struggles of the working class. Join our political project of popular education on labor and environment. Contact our global team of trainers for a localized event and enroll in the Just and Green Labor's Ecological Question online course. Well, thank you very much, and we hope that we can have an open and sustained conversation beyond this conference about these critical issues which are transforming the globe and have the potential to also transform the labor movement. That is to reignite and strengthen the movement in our organizations. Thank you.
Well, Clea, thank you very much. You are a wonderful ambassador to the Online Academy there. And now our trade union leaders. We do have 10 minutes left, and you are three, and there may be a final word. So if it's possible for you perhaps to limit some comments to basically 2 minutes, that would be wonderful. And should we just start the other way around and give Christy Hoffman the first word?
Sure, I'll be really brief because I'm losing my voice, and I'm sorry about that. We're in the service industries, and we're not really in the front lines of some of the just transition tensions and debate. And nevertheless, our affiliates see an urgent need to have more engagement around the issue of climate change. And so we're just launching ourselves some thinking about popular education, doing materials, maybe having some of it be more tailored to some of our industries, like, for example, fast fashion, which isn't really a sustainable industry in the long term. But we don't have some of the major issues. So this glue, Online Academy, could be really useful for us because we are looking for resources that we can share with our affiliates. And we have just started an Online Academy in South Africa. So we really try to integrate this. This could actually help us on our journey towards integrating climate change and just transition in a bigger way into the work of UNI as we're figuring out what are our next steps. So that I'll just end there because I can't really, I don't have much more voice left, but I know that the other panelists probably have a lot more to say about this topic in any event, in particular industrial. So thank you.
Well, thanks for being so brief. And let's move to Natalia Carao. What's your take on just transition?
Bueno, muchas gracias. Me parece
Well, thanks very much.
Nos resulta
I
muy
believe
interesante. Un
that
momento que
all
voy a
comments have been
desconectarla.
very interesting.
Estaba escuchando la traducción, disculpen.
I was listening to myself in English.
Creo que es bien interesante el trabajo
I think it's very interesting the work you've all presented regarding just transition or fair transition. As I said before, the needs to organize unions regarding the topics that are on the forefront regarding politics are essential. So the chance of bringing efforts together with GLU, but also the exchange we could have with global unions regarding those topics are of the essence. And working with the Regional Council for Global Unions is also very important. For us, it's actually quite comfortable to be able to interact with the UNI and all the other international federations regarding those topics. And we actually do that because a large part of the discussions regarding labor and the environment, but also the formalization of workers go through the affiliation of the global unions and the work you carry out. So I think that is key at the moment, be able to articulate the actions we propose and implement in countries at regional levels and global levels. And the temptation of working in a disarticulated manner is huge because that requires a huge effort. But now with the current scenario, with lots of uncertainty, it's much more urgent to carry out that articulation. We from the TUCA, we believe that the discussion regarding a fair transition it's coming a bit too late, the unions and governments and unions and also international organisms are already having set plans for workers and they need to negotiate without knowing the implications for them. And we are having these just transition plans without the true knowledge of what is fair, not having tripartite talks and not acknowledging the unions that may have a say in those roundtables, with a lack of presence of this social fairness. So the discussion regarding the attack to the democracy and the lack of knowledge by the unions and the attack to the elements that are necessary are quite present in our region. And although the environmental crisis is something that the communities and national organizations and unions actually notice beforehand, today governments are being forced to face that climate crisis through agreements, showing that they are advancing in those environmental goals. And even though they are not summoning the unions to work with them, they are doing that behind their backs without knowing what are their perspectives and also workers' perspectives. So the environmental topic is one more theme in which we believe we can organize workers so that we can work together in different levels in which we interact here. Thanks very much.
Well, thanks you. And let's now move on to Kemal Özkan. And I would be interested, Kemal, in the issue of due diligence. What does it actually mean? Perhaps it is not so clear to everyone how due diligence functions there.
Oh, thank you very much. But if you allow me, I just first want to speak about just transition. That is a burning issue as far as we are concerned. I see that I have just 5 minutes. If you give me more time, then I can attach a bit information about due diligence. This just transition is an important matter as far as industrial mining and energy workers. And I spent whole last week in South Africa in the Congress of Mine Workers, and then that was the burning and the main discussion out there. Indeed, when we say just transition, we don't just relate it to climate change. We see the whole picture as a big grand transformation around different parameters. Indeed, it is climate change. It is related to energy transition, decarbonization of economies, sectors, the factories, and also digitalization and changing the whole setup. So this is why just transition is an important the conception for running this grand transformation. And particularly for workers, it is critically important for us. And let me tell you one thing, this global grand transformation is in place. It is out there, whether we take action on climate change or whether we ignore it or take no action. And as trade unions, we avoid becoming the last defender of indefensible. But let me be a bit provocative here. If workers are blackmailed with their jobs, versus environment and climate change. And I can tell you that the environment will lose because workers must not be asked to make this choice. As a simple worker, the only thing that connecting me to society and the economy is my employment. If my employment is not there, then I have nothing. From that point of view, the questions are, this transformation, will it be a just or unjust? Or a kind of transformation with desperate last-minute survival measures that completely dismiss human rights, labor rights, social protection? Or is it going to be peaceful or violent? We believe that an orderly and just transition that respects and protects the present-day workers while creating new, decent work in sustainable industries. So this is why this transition needs to be truly just. It must point out to an optimistic feature, a feature that workers, their families, and the communities that depend on them can support and commit to bringing about. So this is why what is needed is a plan. We agree with those analysts who predict that many greener, more sustainable jobs will be created in the ongoing transformation. However, it cannot be disputed that there will also be job loss and job disruption. Now the question, what are we going to say to those workers, coal miners? Shall we simply tell them that they must sacrifice their lives or at least their jobs their families and their communities for the greater food. And then we do believe that if we want them to stop what they are doing today, we must be able to tell them and guarantee them what they are going to do tomorrow. I think this is the critical issue. At this point, the first thing we need, that we demand a table. We demand a seat at the table. There are different tables here. There is an international table, and then we were negotiating over the last 15, 20 years just to insert just transition. And I am proud that the trade union movement has played an important role. And then we need a table at national level for economic policies. We need another table at sectorial level to design the sectors, another table at enterprise level. So this is why this is a complex issue, and the social dialogue and industrial relations must play a role. And in one part of this conversation, I heard industrial policies, indeed, sustainable industrial policy, developed through the process of social dialogue in which all the partners are present. And these policies must promote greener industries, ensure a just, a fair transition for workers affected by industrial change. And there is one important question here. Who will pay, who will finance this transformation? Actually, according to the report of the United Nations, this adaptation gap report, it says annual costs for developing countries is around 70 billion US dollars. And but the figures tell us that it was just 1.25 billion per year. And until 2030, we need around 150, 300 billion, until 2050, 280, 500 billion. So this is why if a transformation wants to be done in the countries, in the workplaces, it requires to be financed. From that point of view, as far as my organization is concerned, we try to give the feedback and support to all our affiliates, particularly in Global South. In Global North, it is more or less known, but in Global South, unions, workers don't know what they need to do when it comes to just transition. And the South African example was a clear one last week when I was speaking with coal miners, when I was speaking miners from different areas. And this is an important issue, and it is a priority as far as Industrial Global Union is concerned. For due diligence, indeed, this is an important question. When we say due diligence, we refer to a process by which companies know and show that they respect human rights, labor rights. So it requires taking all the necessary steps to prevent harm, adverse impacts, and addressing actual adverse impacts in own operations, in supply chains, and also providing remedy where cause or contributed to harm. So this is a kind of the system, and again, we try to make it at the head of industrial relations, because all those adverse impacts, so there was a kind of definition, criminalization of union activity, and that is an adverse impact. And now, through due diligence processes, particularly through our industrial relations system, gives us opportunity to really address already happened in adverse impacts, and also prevent and mitigate the future, the possible the impacts in workplaces around the violation of fundamental rights, fundamental workers' rights. From that point of view, there is an opportunity if we understand, articulate, strategize, and implement it. So from that point of view, the work you are doing in GLUE, I believe, is critically important, because examining different experiences, understanding reality on the ground in global North and global South, and articulating the nature of problem, particularly in relation to workers, and also strategizing it, union activities, organizing, collective bargaining, social dialogue, and also the getting concrete, tangible results with the improvement of working conditions, wages, working hours of workers around the world. I hope we can have another opportunity to go into details of due diligence, because as the trade union movement, we have managed to accumulate quite knowledge and experience. Then it is important to share it with academia, with different civil society, so that this notion of due diligence gets attraction, attention, and also ownership, so that we can all work together around the world to make sure that the rights and interests of workers in the supply chains are protected, respected, and enjoyed properly. Sorry, I made a bit longer,
well,
but I was exposed to different questions. Then in a very quick way, I tried to respond. Thank you very much again for the invitation and the opportunity to share this time with all of you.
Well, we thank you, and also I personally thank you for answering my question. And I think we'll finish now this second plenary. I thank all the speakers for a very engaged conversation, and I hand over to the organizers of our conference. All the best to you, and stay healthy.
Great, thanks, Christoph. And let me, Christoph, thank you, not only Christoph for your wonderful work, but for all your work in helping to build the GLUE network. Just to share a bit, Christoph will be transitioning soon in his life onto new and better things. Along with Frank and other visionaries, we would all not be here today if it wasn't for the hard work of Christoph. Always with his clear and calm voice, always with his insightful analysis, and always supportive, Christoph, as a person and through your institute, the ICDD. So we wish you the very best, our deepest, deepest appreciation. And of course, as Frank, Mike, and Hans-Jörg can tell you, you may never fully retire from the GLUE. So we look forward to staying connected, and our absolute best wishes. Thank you. So let's go straight into our final thank you session. Stick with us. We're going to wrap up pretty quickly. Just to line up, folks, I want Elaine from Penn State to go first, and then we'll go to Kathy because she's got to jump onto something else, and then we'll finish up with Ugo and Mirko and Ugo in that order. And let me just say, I'm going to introduce Elaine. Elaine, if you're with us, there you are. Yes, put your camera on. So Elaine and I, we worked together at Penn State. We had a discussion about the work for this coming year. And it was agreed I would do one task, which was to help with the conference. But Elaine has been doing absolutely everything else and running the center and running the GLUE Masters program. So in her own way, by helping with that other work, we were able to focus on this. So my deepest appreciation to Elaine Hui from the Penn State, the Masters program there. So Elaine, over to you.
Hi, comrades. It's my honor to be able to speak to you guys here. I was a GLUE alum, and GLUE conference has always been, for me and for many GLUE alum and my family members, has been a very important platform for us. And I think this year has been especially important because since the onset of the pandemic, it's the first time that we are able to meet in this scale and to discuss issues that is very important to the labor movement. So a lot of organizations and individuals have contributed to the success of this GLUE conference. First, we have to thank AFL-CIO and Kathy Feingold. Since the very beginning, Kathy and AFL-CIO have been very supportive of the GLUE project being set up in Penn State and in the US. And thereafter, they have been remained very strong partner for the GLUE and for Penn State, and we thank them sincerely. And secondly, we have to thank our FES and Merkle. I'm sure all of you have experience with their websites that FES designed for us. It's very beautiful, very practical. And I know that Merkle has been very engaged with the GLUE conference organizing, just as he has been supporting the GLUE projects all these years. And then thanks must also be given to the steering committee of the GLUE, all the university and trade union partners of the GLUE campuses in Brazil, India, South Africa, Germany. You guys are the backbones of GLUE, and without you guys, we would not have arrived at this stage at this moment. There are also some persons, some individuals that have contributed to a lot of administrative work leading to the conference, and to get their hands dirty, we must thank them. So this includes Simone Bucot, Carlos Cano from ICDD and Kassel University in Germany, and Abby Cluster from their Center for Global Workers' Rights at Penn State. You guys have done a phenomenal job and handling all the administrative work. Without you guys, I'm worried that the conference may not be as smooth. So we should not forget our interpreters too. So they have helped us overcome our language barriers and be able to discuss issues of importance to the movement. And also we should thank the Zoom technical persons. Without you guys, we might have an IT disaster. And also we should thank all the track organizers who helped rebuild the abstracts, organize the track discussions, and also all the speakers, presenters for contributing all the insights and discussions. And also, there are a lot of GLUE students from the 5 campuses who have been helping us to take notes for the conference to make sure that we will remember all the takeaways from the plenary discussions and from the breakout sections. So last but not least, there are 2 persons that I think we really should thank. First is Jana Silverman. She is one of the key organizers of the conference, and she is the postdoctoral fellow for the Center for Global Workers' Rights at Penn State. Jana has a lot of experience with the global workers' rights movement, and she has a deep knowledge of GLUE, and her involvement in helping organize the conference has been very, very invaluable to us. And last, we must thank Mark. So Mark has always been like a model for me. He's extremely committed, gentle, intelligent, humble, labor scholar, counter activist. So I remember when I first came to Penn State for job interview, he told me that he spent his first sabbatical trying to get the GLUE program set up in Penn State. He didn't enjoy his sabbatical much. So now he's in his second sabbatical. And he spent most of his time organizing this conference. So I have to say, I dare to say that without Mark, this conference would not have been the same. So thank you so much, Mark. So here at Penn State, our Global Center for Global Workers' Rights team, we are ready to celebrate with Jenner, with Mark, and we have gifts ready for you guys. Okay, so the conference is approaching the end, but I'm sure we will see each other soon through various GLUE conference or various GLUE platform. And in the meanwhile, I'm sure we'll keep fighting for global workers' rights and social justice. Solidarity forever.
Solidarity forever. Thank you so much, Elaine. Wow, yes, so unfortunately you can't join us tonight, but we will be celebrating in person, those of us at Penn State. Really touched. Kathy, please.
My goodness, how do I follow that, Elaine? That was great. And I think I even think I see Mark blushing a little bit because he does deserve all of our gratitude, honestly, Mark. The fact that this is your, I think I can say I have been with you through these 2 working sabbaticals, and the best way to describe it in Spanish is, really compañero, really a partnership, of working together. Elaine has already said the thank yous. Let me add them back to FES, to you, Mark, to Jana, to Laura Gutierrez on my team. This is no small feat. We all wanted to be together. And so I really look forward to the time when we can build from this conversation. Everything went so smoothly, and it's inspiring. I keep saying here, it feels like this is a time of rupture, which it is. And I think we heard in various conversations, we've got the war, we have democracy hanging precariously in many of our countries, so many other issues, the equity issues. And yet it's moments like this when we come together to strategize that are moments of hope, when we can really dream big, dream about transformation, actually think that there are new ways of bringing economic models to the forefront that will be good for workers, and as we just heard, the environment. So we're going to be there with you. Mark, I hope the next time is not at your sabbatical, but that we do this more frequently. We will be toasting you from here, Black Lives Matter Plaza. To all of our friends around the world, we look forward to the opportunity to be seeing you in person very soon. And we will be here in DC continuing to fight for voting rights, reclaiming organizing rights. We started with a panel about Amazon. It's so fun to close this session with the big win in Staten Island. It's just incredible that in the period of time that this session took place, we have the first big win in Staten Island. And, just to say that the glue means continuing to be an instrument for building knowledge, worker power through people like you, Elaine, Jana, all of the alum. So important, this global solidarity that you already talked about. So let's end this conference continuing to dream, to imagine, to be hopeful in a time of rupture, and think about how we take advantage of the light coming through for a more peaceful and democratic future. So very grateful to all of you, and thank you for your commitment, each and every one of you, for building a stronger and more equitable global labor movement. Looking forward to the next and ongoing conversations. Thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Kathy. Okay, Mirko, your turn.
Yes, I want to acknowledge one person that hasn't been mentioned in particular. That's my colleague Julia Schulz, who worked so tirelessly behind the scenes to put this all together. So big thanks, Julia. For the rest, it's been a great pleasure working with you and organizing this conference. When I close the computer in a while, I'll have to go across the street. At the end of the street, there's a Japanese embassy. There's a cherry blossom, and I'll just stand a few minutes below that tree and picture that I'll be in Washington, D.C. I've come to realize that really within this glue network, we have several sub-networks emerging, and I think this conference, again, with the tracks that we organized, has proven that there's really expertise and networks that we have for example, on the migration topic, on the just transition, on the value chains, and I think there's a great potential in those sort of sub-networks, and we can, I think, raise our profile and at some stage enter into systematic conversations with the global union federations or our unions in the countries on how we really can strike closer partnerships and contribute to very specific needs that they have, and contribute even more strongly as a labor as the glue network to the movement. I think that's something we can build on. Two more thoughts. Christoph, I'm sorry that I can't offer you any sweet sparkling wine, as you would deserve. And now we have to postpone that, but we'll create a good opportunity to do that and to say cheers and thank you, Christoph. And my final thought, really, what really touched me most was in this conference was the discussions from the comrades who work and struggle hard on the authoritarian context that sort of has really, again, opened my heart and shown how much resolve we have in the movement. We may not be as strong as we would want to be, but yeah, we are still a force to reckon with, and that's something that will carry me and inspire me over the next months until I see you all again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mirko. So last we have Hugo Diaz. It says Unicamp Brazil, but I should add Hugo is the chair of the International Steering Committee of the GLU. So Hugo, please.
The acting chair for 2022. But guys, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all. I'll be very brief because the organizers, I believe, this closing session, the main organizers of the GLU conference, the responsible people for the success of this conference already spoke. So I would like to again renew my compliments to the Penn State colleagues, to the FES colleagues, and also to the AFL-CIO colleagues, comrades that helped organize a successful conference. Again, let's hope it is a return. The next conference in 2024, let's hope it will be in person. I'm hopeful. Let's hope this is a return to regular activities, alumni schools, research projects, and meetings in person where actually you can exchange in a lot more lively manner ideas and research and new experiences. So again, a warm thanks to all the organizers of the conference. Obviously, not many people had the possibility of accompanying all the tracks. And so this last day with the track summaries that were done, presented again, a very lively debate discussions, key issues, all of them very obviously important and need to be tackled with in the short term, medium term, and long term. So obviously this always builds up an agenda for joint collaborative work between the academia and trade unions, and this is obviously the purpose of the GLU network. So a lot to do in the future. And actually, to end, I would like Mirko mentioned the issue of, as obviously coming from Brazil, and as we are in 2022. We'll be having elections in October. I would like to emphasize this idea that we shouldn't underestimate the destructive role of authoritarian projects and regimes. And in Brazil, in Brazil we'll be having elections in October. In the Philippines, also presidential elections. In Colombia in May, even in France in a few weeks. But I would like to emphasize that as we can witness in Brazil, the destructive role of 4 years of government by the current president, we shouldn't underestimate the character of the destruction of livelihoods, employment, of the conditions where trade union action can actually act and occur. And obviously, to be very brief, I would just like to bring you one small information that we found out in a current research we're doing here, surveying trade unions and what they're doing since 2015. A lot of things have happened, you know that, is that the trade union levels of affiliation from 2015 to 2020 declined from 20% to 13%. And this has obviously impacts decline mostly, although we have experiences of new sectors, organized platform workers, strikes, demonstrations. This decline happened mostly in more traditional sectors of trade unionism, and this has impacts on the ability of the trade union movement acting, negotiating in their sector, but also supporting projects of broader social transformation. And so I'll my final message would be: we shouldn't underestimate the destructive capacity of authoritarian leaders and regimes, and the difficulties then they pose, the quick destruction of things that took a long time to build, and then the difficulties they pose after that, surpassing them and being able to try to build something again, obviously focused on workers' rights and social justice. That would be my final message. Thank you all for a wonderful conference, and I hope we meet in presence in 2024, if not sooner. Thank you, guys. Thank you all.
Thank you, Udo. Yes, absolutely. In person next time, everyone. Be strong. We will be in touch, and yeah, we'll end it there. Thank you so much for all your contribution and all the speakers for this. Thanks, everybody. Really, I really exceeded my expectations. So be well. Until next time.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thanks, Uma. Thank you.
Amandla.
Awetu.
Away.
See you, Prof.
Prof.